ERA of 4.60. We're going to be slightly delayed here at the outset because of the ceremony. Red Sox playing their 50th game of the season today. They come in at 29-20, and they head into Memorial Day with at least a share of first place in the American League East. Regardless of what happens today, they're going to Baltimore for the 4 on Monday. 0-2 on this road trip, but have not suffered a more devastating loss than Saturday, with leads of 8-4 and then 9-8 in the 9th inning with the closer on the mound. Blue Jays starting pitcher is brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it. The Red Sox have had their way with R.A. Dickey over the last 8 meetings. He is 0-5 against the Sox after going 4-0 in 2014.
Now, the Blue Jays defense is brought to you by DraftKings. They are 9th in the league with 26 errors in 48 games. Josh Donaldson will be at third base. Darwin Barney, the shortstop. Devon Travis at second, and Justin Smoak, the first baseman. In the outfield, left to right, Correa, Pilar, Batista, and Josh Thole doing the catching for R.A. Dickey.
Just a gorgeous day here as the Red Sox get ready to wrap up the series and trying to avoid a sweep. The Sox have not had a 4-game losing skid yet in 2016. As we look at the umpires, it'll be Nick Lentz behind the plate, Torres at first, Holbrook now at second base. So they've shuffled the umpires a bit here. Third base will be Brian Gorman, who had to take over behind home plate after Mike DeMuro was hit in the face mask by a foul tip yesterday. We're available. This telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your TV remote. SAP presented by ToyotaCertified.com. Search for your factory-backed Toyota certified used vehicle right now. It's good to know the factory has your back.
Buenas tardes, amigos.
And look at the weather forecast. 73 degrees. It says mostly cloudy, but there's quite a bit of sunshine here.
They've been very fortunate over the weekend with the weather. The first time this season they've had the dome open, the roof open for all 3 games of a series.
Mookie Betts to settle in, hitting .269 with 9 homers and 35 runs batted in. He's in a bit of a slump right now. He's 1 for his last 20. And you have to hope that the issue with David Ortiz, Jerry, is not something that's going to be lingering. You got the word just a couple of moments ago. It's the sore foot, and you know, on the carpet, keeping him off today makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does. And you know, they gave him a day off a couple of days ago because of that.
Pedroia on deck as that one's loop foul.
R.A. Dickey, he'll throw that knuckleball a little bit harder than most guys. 74 miles an hour with the knuckleball.
Red Sox beat him twice in April, 7-4 here and 4-1 at Fenway. Mookie Betts has handled him fairly well. 9 for 29. That's a .310 lifetime clip. And Dickey's 1-2 pitch. That'll miss.
Not by very much. Right at the bottom of the strike zone, just darting down and out of the strike zone. That late movement will take it just below.
The 2-2 popped up foul, and that'll twist down the right field line out of play. Red Sox have scuffled in day games for some reason. Just 7-9 on the season in day games. And another one coming up tomorrow in Baltimore. 3 consecutive games at 1 o'clock. The 2-2. Fans, be sure to stop by Plainridge Park Casino. Plainridge Park Casino is the official sponsor of winning. Great thing about baseball is you can come right back at it the next day more often than not. Try and shake off a bad loss.
Exactly right. You don't have to sit on it for a week, right? 24 hours, you're back playing some baseball again and hope to turn things around.
That was an ugly finish. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Boy, fought off again, and Mookie's making him work here right away.
Yeah, good job doing his job as a leadoff hitter, making him throw a lot of pitches. 8 pitches so far on this bat against Betts.
And Dickey home with a 2-2. And now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Dickey has yet to win a game at home this season. Now 6-8 against the Red Sox in his career. Here's the payoff pitch. And he walks him. There's a rare walk for Mookie, just the 13th all season.
And let's see if Mookie tries to steal a base, and this is bad by Pedroia, or at least while he's on first base, because you know most of the time when a knuckleball pitcher is out there, guys that can run like to go. It's 50-50 whether the catcher is going to be able to handle a knuckleball or not.
8 stolen bases for Betts. Pedroia gets in hitting .307 and a 22-game hitting streak against the Toronto Blue Jays. Went to the fastball for strike 1. Pedroia yesterday was 2 for 5. He doubled twice to keep that streak alive. See Jerry's name right at the very top. 26 in a row in his career against Toronto, which is the record, scooped up by Josh Thole, the catcher.
I like the little star that's next to Pedroia's name. That means he's active. I am inactive.
So no star.
No star next to my name. Not active at all.
You're getting short shrift there. Come on, put a star next to the Rem Dog there. 26 in a row is the record against that franchise. We're capable, you know, our graphics department, we could put you in red, we could put you in blue, we could put you in red, white, and blue if you want.
I'm just glad I am physically active. That's all I'm happy about.
Jerry, we're all day to day. The 1-1 fouled away by Pedroia. Bogart's on deck. There we go. Told you we could do that.
Not active.
Now Betts edging away from first base. Nobody out in the 1-2. He's not running. Popped into right field. And Bautista backing up. That had some carry on it. But Pedroia is retired. 1 man gone.
It looked like that ball surprised Bautista a little bit because he got kind of a late break on it, but then he was able to backtrack and make the play on Pedroia. Pedroia showing good power to the opposite field. Good solid contact there, and the break was a little bit late by Bautista in right field, but he was able to backtrack and make the catch.
Well, on the topic of hitting streaks, Xander Bogaerts is now at 21 in a row, the second longest in the majors this season, behind his teammate Jackie Bradley Jr., and he takes a strike. Time for a twisted but true fact. According to Elias, the Red Sox are the first team in American League history to have 2 different players record a hitting streak of at least 20 games before the 1st of June. Twisted tea, the hard iced tea that tastes like real iced tea. Be a little twisted. Jackie, since the hitting streak ended at 29, has hit safely in his last 2. Betts is yet to take off, and he's not running here. And a fly into left field. And Carrera just about in his tracks. 2 down. Travis Shaw up next.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Betts has not taken off at first base. I mean, it's something that most base stealers will do when they face a knuckleball pitcher. Just go, take a chance, try to get in scoring position. Plus, you don't have Ortiz in the lineup today.
Travis Shaw moving up in the batting order from 7th up to 4th today, hitting .302 with 7 homers, 35 runs batted in. He homered on Saturday, a 2-run shot to right. And fouls it back as we go back to his home run cut.
Yesterday, Travis Shaw getting a pitch that was up and away and actually hooked the ball out of the ballpark.
his 7th. This is a ballpark he really likes to hit in. He's had success in several parks. Obviously, he loves Fenway Park. What is it about this ballpark you think he likes?
I don't know. Maybe you see the ball well here. It's got a good backdrop for hitting. I know that. The Doc hitter's background. It's artificial surface.
That's a swinging bunt. Thole will handle that and get him. So nothing comes of the leadoff base on balls, and Dickey gets out of the first inning unscathed. Toronto coming up here at Rogers Center. By New England Chevy dealers, Bautista, Donaldson, Encarnacion. Very scary 1, 2, 3. Smoke, Travis, and Barney will follow. Kevin Pillar in center. Ezekiel Carrera in left. And Thole is the catcher, batting ninth against David Price, making his first start at Rogers Center since he pitched for this club, Toronto, last year. He deals inside, ball 1. Red Sox starting pitcher presented by New England Audi dealers. He is 7-1, a .534 earned run average, and 17-2 in his career against Toronto with a .242. Bautista .243 with 10 home runs.
And he's had good success against David Price. .346 in his career with 5 home runs.
Price has thoroughly dominated this Toronto franchise. He was not booed when he came out, by the way. Attempted a check swing, but no swing. These cold hard facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. 2015 with Toronto went 9-1, a .230 ERA. John Farrell in his office today was talking about the possibility of Price and how he'd be received here as he delivers a strike. And he did not think that he would be booed. He thought they would be appreciative, except for this one guy.
Yeah, one guy is up and he's letting him have it pretty good. You
know, 1 out of 48,000 ain't bad. Fly it into left near the line. Swihart looking up into some of that sunshine.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. They are 5th in the American League, 25 errors in 49 games. Josh Rutledge will be at third base. Xander Bogaerts the shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second. Travis Shaw the first baseman. Left to right, Blake Swihart, who just made that catch. Jackie Bradley Jr. and Mookie Betts. And Christian Vasquez behind the prize, catching David Price.
Donaldson out .258, 13 home runs, including 2 in this series. He's 4 for 12 against the Red Sox lefty. No score in the first inning. He tried to change that with that cut.
Fastball at 93 right there. Last time Price pitched, he got up as high as 95, touching 96 with his fastball.
The southpaw out of Tennessee with an 0-1 pitch. He thought about it, but it's in there at 93 on the corner for a strike.
Yeah, back-to-back cross-seam fastballs that time for strikes. No cutter yet.
Those numbers against Toronto off the charts. He's 8-0 his last 10 starts against Toronto. Trying to put away Donaldson. And a routine ground ball to Bogaerts. Not a perfect throw, but Shaw hangs on for the out. We take a look at these rocket arms presented by Quicken Loans. American League leaders in strikeouts. Price at the top at 76. And Chris Archer, his former teammate, was 72. 2 up, 2 down. Encarnacion will climb in next. But there aren't many lineups in Major League Baseball where each of the top 3 guys can knock it out of the ballpark.
Red Sox go into the shift against Encarnacion. 3 guys on the left side of the infield.
And across for a strike on Encarnacion. He's hit 9 home runs. He was 1 for 4 on Saturday. Nobody on base, 2 down, and scoreless in the first inning.
John Farrell was telling me once when he was managing here, the year he managed Encarnacion, he said that not one time during the whole season did he go to the right at second base with a ground ball. And that's of course why we see the shift right now.
Shaw all by himself over there on the right side of the diamond.
Since that time, we've seen a few ground balls toward second base from Encarnacion, but still they have that shift on, expecting him to pull the ball on the ground.
Price looking for a 1-2-3 start. And missed the outside corner at 93. As expected, the Blue Jays have started to play a lot better. They've won 7 of their last 9. And they have pulled to within 4 games of the Red Sox in the division. And a strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, Price goes to the changeup that time to pick up the strike on the outside part of the plate. Maybe just a little bit off the outside edge. Let's see where pitch number 5 is. A little bit outside, pulled back in by Vasquez.
Encarnacion just a .238 career hitter against Price. The 3-2 is hammered, but a foul ball. We mentioned this a couple of starts ago against Price. Over the course of his career, he's gone 62-25 on the road. It's the best road mark in Major League history with a minimum of 60 decisions. 3-2. Line deep, a foul as he hooked it. It's going to be another sellout here. 48,000 expected.
Early arriving crowd today too here at Rogers Center. 3 big crowds over the weekend for these this series against the Red Sox.
They're giving away bobbleheads today too. And they love them here. They really turn out for the giveaways. 3-2 pitch. Encarnacion being very pesky here.
He hasn't shown his swing up with 2 strikes at all in this at bat. That's why the Red Sox remain in the shift on the left side, even with the 2 strikes.
Encarnacion can be a difficult man to whiff despite the fact that he is a slugger. Makes good contact. 3-2. That's outside. And Price barking at himself. He's angry that he walked him.
And trying a curveball. First curveball they featured in that at bats. Encarnacion trying to trick him, but he couldn't get it over for a strike. Leaves it way outside. And Encarnacion wins that battle by drawing the walk.
It is Mother's Day in the Dominican Republic. That's the reason he is swinging a pink bat and is wearing some pink today.
Notice Batista also had on a wristband that was pink.
So the Blue Jays with a first base runner sends up Justin Smoak, the first baseman, 281 with 4 homers. And he's 1 for 7 in his career against Price. Price has been golden here in Toronto, 11-1 lifetime at Rogers Center in 15 career starts. And he drills that one inside. Trying to take his record to 8-1 on the season. And he fires a 1-1. Toward right field, slicing, and a foul ball off the end of the bat. Smoak, like Jackie Bradley, is a Gamecock out of the University of South Carolina, where he set the school home run record. He hit 62 home runs. That's a great program there. Price out of Vandy. Had him going after it, but he did not swing the bat on the appeal. First base umpire says no.
Yeah, once again, Price tries that curveball and sees if he can get Smoak to chase it. He almost did. But right there you can see on the swing that he does hold up and has control of the barrel of the bat. Just automatic on pitches like that when they start a swing that the catcher will ask that first base or third base umpire for an appeal.
Now the 2-2 to Smoak. Just a little bit low at 94. So another full count, second in a row here. Smoak heating up in the month of May. Travis on deck. It gets that far, he would be the number 5 hitter in the inning. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Another one fouled away to the left. Three and two with 2 down and a man aboard at first base for Toronto. And Price fires with a runner going, and that is high for ball 4. He's walked back-to-back men here.
And 2 good battles put on by Encarnacion, and then Smoak following him to make Price throw a lot of pitches to those 2 guys, and it ends up in 2 walks. So with 2 quick outs, 2 base on balls, and a man in scoring position.
And it'll send up Devin Travis, 294, no homers, 3 runs batted in. Travis, the man who had the game-winning single yesterday on that grounder behind third base to Travis Shaw. Shaw actually made a really nice play on it. Travis said, "I was just running for my life." And a throw bounding off the heel of the glove of Hanley Ramirez. And that was the ball game. And an incredibly disappointing loss for the Red Sox. Two down and 2 on, and he pops a foul out of play. And a look at that last play of the game, because we have to show it to you, I guess.
Yeah, Shaw going to the line in foul territory, makes the throw across the diamond. Now watch the glove of Hanley Ramirez. It goes down and it just deflects right off the glove. And that was the end of the ball game right there. But you know, prior to that, the Red Sox should have had that ball game won.
I agree. A whole lot more went wrong than just that one play. Most of it was the bullpen.
Yeah, bullpen was not up to the job yesterday.
And I think Hanley should have made the play, and I think John Farrell believes it. I think Hanley believes it. That should go to extra innings. He makes that catch. But the bullpen gave up 6 earned runs, a season high, and blew the 8-4 lead. And another lead after that. The 0-2. He buries it. It squibs underneath Vasquez. The runner's trying to move up. And both of them will in a scoring position now.
You know, Vasquez has had a rough couple of days. Yesterday was not a great game behind the plate for Vasquez, and this ball gets by him. This is one that he normally blocks, but he doesn't get that glove down far enough, and it gets through the 5-hole, and 2 runners advance in a scoring position.
And the 9th inning yesterday threw poorly to second base on Carrera's stolen base. He committed an error. Then there was a pitch in the dirt he failed to find in time. Martin went down to third. He would eventually score the game-winning run. So you're right, Vasquez had a very, very tough day yesterday. And he scored a wild pitch. 1-2 on Travis. Toronto trying to strike right away against the lefty. Ground ball to third. Rutledge will throw and get him. So Price gets out of it despite the 2 walks. Walk on the wild side there. He strands those 2. The game here in Toronto with his grandkids as Hanley Ramirez leads off here in the 2nd inning. Hitting .302, 4 homers and 30 runs batted in. Then it's Jackie Bradley and Josh Rutledge, who is a late addition to the lineup with a scratch of David Ortiz to a sore foot. And punch to the right side, and Travis, the second baseman, will get him. So Hanley a fast out. Did you miss today's all-new episode of NESN Clubhouse? Catch the encore presentation today following our Red Sox coverage. NESN Clubhouse presented by Delta Dental of Massachusetts. One away for Jackie. And for him, it has not been a whole lot of fun facing the knuckleballer in his career. Against Dickey, just 3 hits and 23 at-bats. As he takes the ball.
Yeah, the 130 batting average, 1 career home run against Dickey. See the number of 8 total on the season.
Smack to the right side, but Travis there again. So Jackie now 3 for 24. That's a day you're not looking forward to, is it?
Nah, you know, because it's not something you can practice for, and you know, there are all kind of theories. We've talked about them over and over again. I always like to move up on the plate a little bit closer toward the pitcher to try to get the knuckleball before it dipped or sailed or whatever it was going to do. But you don't take batting practice against knuckleballs, that's for sure. Why would you? It just gets you in a bad habit.
Right. Here's Rutledge batting .333 without a home run. No score in the 2nd inning. Now Dickey is angry at himself.
Yeah, he loaded a fastball that time and missed by quite a bit and immediately wanted to change the baseball.
Red Sox have hit him very well. 326 this season. Just happy we have 4 umpires today.
Yeah, we were down to 3 at the end of the ball game yesterday. Certainly hope DeMuro's okay. He must be battling a concussion, not available for the ball game today.
Brian Gorman, the crew chief, took over behind the plate. And he had a rough day. DeMuro getting hit. And I mean, just knocked him back. Vasquez trying to hang on to him to keep him from going down on his side.
He was in la la land there for a while, and they eventually took him off the field. And smart move.
2-2 pop foul on play by Rutledge. Vasquez is up next. There were a couple of pitches, maybe more than a couple, when Gorman went behind the plate where you openly wondered, have they replaced the umpire behind home plate? Is there anyone actually there?
Yeah.
Red Sox were still talking about it in their clubhouse this morning. 2-2 dipping low.
There was one pitch Kelly made. It was, I mean, a fastball right down the middle of the plate that was called the ball. I mean, if the hitter would have swung at that, he probably would have hit a double.
I thought the pitch was actually too good. Needed to be a couple inches lower so as not to get crushed, but wound up a called ball, and it was a great pitch in terms of being a get me over strike.
Now that's what happens when you don't expect to be behind the plate. You're not ready for it, right? You don't mentally get prepared to call balls and strikes, and all of a sudden you're thrown into action, and didn't go so well.
It did not. The 3-2, and he walked him. So Rutledge is aboard. Second walk by Dickey. He walked the leadoff man Mookie Betts. Next in will be Vasquez. Umpires really do get geared up for that turn behind the plate. It's a huge day for them. They get very anxious about it. They get very into it, and all of their energy and focus and adrenaline. It's nothing like being on the bases.
Well, they also check the scouting reports too to see who is going to be pitching on their particular day behind the plate.
Down low, a ball on Vasquez, who's hitting .235 with a homer and 8 runs batted in. The umpires know who the strike throwers are on every staff. And those guys have, I think, a built-in advantage, those pitchers, with every major league umpire, because if you have that reputation,
oh yeah,
you know that you're going to hit the mitt no matter where the guy sets it up.
And you have to know that as a hitter too. This guy doesn't walk many guys, and the umpire's not going to allow him to walk guys. So you've got to be prepared to swing the bat.
So that advantage is, even if the catcher is setting up off the corners,
you're going to get that call.
That guy's going to get it, whether it's a strike or not.
Because he consistently throughout his career has thrown strikes.
The 2-1 hammered, knocking it down. Barney flips into second base and in time for the force to get Rutledge and retire the side. Still a 0-0 game here at Rogers Center on a Sunday. Bottom of the second inning, Toronto coming up. Barney, Pilar, and Carrera against David Price, who scuffled a bit in the first inning, walking 2 men. And he also uncorked a wild pitch, but Toronto failed to score. Barney, a .316 hitter with 2 home runs. Former Cub and Dodger. And a really fine fielder in 2012. He won the National League Gold Glove at second base with the Cubs. Still holds the National League record for consecutive errorless games at second base in the National League, surpassing Ryne Sandberg's record.
That shoulder flying open a little too soon right now for David Price. He's leaving that fastball up and away to these right-handed hitters.
Here's the 3-0 to Barney. He takes the automatic strike. Price has won 3 in a row, beating Houston, Kansas City, and Colorado since he made his mechanical adjustments. 3-1 hammered. Racing back, Swihart on the run, and he makes the play. Outstanding play deep in the alley. Swihart continues to get better and better out there.
Yeah, and you know, this is probably the best play that he's made, most athletic play since being in left field for the Red Sox. He had a long way to go there, and that ball was headed for a gap. He did a great job closing the gap and making a diving catch on it. David Price certainly appreciates the effort by Blake Swihart.
His instincts are pretty good out there. Here's Pilar, the center fielder. I bet he appreciated that too. He's a terrific defender. Red Sox are getting this guy at the right time. 249 overall, but 146 in his last 15 games with a lot of swings like that.
Good changeup that time by Price. One 0 count, expecting to get something hard. Instead, he gets the off-speed pitch.
1-1 popped up and playable. There's Shaw battling the sun. Pedroia behind him. Pedroia calls off and makes it. He makes the catch for the second out. Time now for the Geico Red Sox moment, honoring the '86 season. In the 50th game in 1986, the Red Sox would beat the Indians 5-1. Mike Brown went 7. He struck out 5. He got the victory. Red Sox today playing their 50th game of the season, coming in at 29-20. And with 2 down, Carrera will climb in. Ezequiel Carrera, 346 with a homer. And excellent speed. 0-0, and that's in there for a strike. And a slicer foul. This is one of the guys in their lineup that Price may have to worry about if he gets on as far as a stolen base. But Price has not allowed a steal in 42 starts going back to September 28 of 2014 when he was a Tiger. That is the longest active streak in the majors. Thought about it, but that one missed the outside. He checked his swing.
I think one of the reasons for that, Dave, is the fact that he has a very quick delivery to home plate out of the stretch. You know, he doesn't have that high leg kick like he does when there's nobody on, and it makes it very, very difficult to get a good jump against him.
Does not have a strikeout yet, and still doesn't, as that one is spoiled by Carrera. Just nudged a seam on the baseball there.
Carrera always a threat to bunt, but with 2 strikes, they're able to move Rutledge back at third base. Now it's less likely, of course, that he'll bunt with 2 strikes on him. So Rutledge can drop back, protect more of the infield.
Nobody on base, 2 down. Bottom of the second. Here's the 1-2 home. Into left field. He's going to drop down a base hit. So he goes the other way very nicely. First hit of the day for Toronto.
Yeah, good defensive swing right there by Carrera. You know, he's down in the count, a couple of strikes. They want to go away. They get the cut fastball away at 89 miles an hour. But you can see him reach across the plate and make pretty good solid contact. I mean, his whole body wasn't going in that direction, but his hands were. And that's why he was able to make the contact and take that base hit to the opposite field.
Tolley, the 9-hitter to climb in, the man who always catches R.A. Dickey. He's hitting just 150 with a home run. He moves back for ball one.
That's what they're talking about there, Dave. You see the kick on and the light kick for Price with the man at first base, not nearly as high with nobody on. Watch the front leg. See how it just kind of picks it up and drags it along the ground. That's why it's difficult to get a jump on him.
Price, the American League strikeout leader. No Ks yet. And a 1-0 pitch to Tolley. Tried to hold up, and he swung the bat, said Brian Gorman. That's a swing and a miss, and a count 1-1.
It looks like just barely going around that time. Very, very close. But I do think it was a swing.
Fouled right there at the plate. And so now Price has the upper hand. Tolley is there, Ryan Hanigan. And it looks like Hanigan will be good to go to catch Stephen Wright tomorrow in Baltimore. He's been battling a sore neck, a stiff neck, and a couple of other things. Tyler Wilson will go for Baltimore. That game at 1:35 at Camden Yards. First of 4 games against the Orioles. Price home with a 1-2. And fly it into left center. Kind of a lazy fly for Jackie Bradley to retire the side. No runs ahead. 1 man left. After 2, we're scoreless in Toronto. Is the Ultimate Red Sox Show presented by AAA. We recap the ceremony at Fenway that honored the 1986 Red Sox. You also hear from Wade Boggs on the night his number 26 was retired. That's tonight at 5:30 on NESN. Swihart to lead it off here to the 3rd. 0-0. He's 1 for 4 in his career against Dickey, so not a whole lot to go on yet. Mookie Betts and Dustin Pedroia after him. Red Sox looking for their first win on the trip. In for a called strike. Swihart not overly thrilled with that one from Nick Lentz. Blake has made a really fine lunging catch already as he cuts and misses. And has settled in there in left field. Very comfortably and very fast. The 1-2. Knocked down by Dickey, who's been a Gold Glover. He recovers quickly to get him.
Now, my theory always has been that knuckleball pitchers generally feel their position very well because of the velocity of the pitch. Now watch the position he gets himself in. A very good fielding position because he has a little bit more time to react. And that helps him knock the ball down and get Swihart at first base. But right there, he's in a very good position to make a play back to him, and he does knock it down, but right near his body so he can throw him out at first base.
A strike to Mookie Betts, who took ball 4 to start the day. We were a little bit surprised that he never ran after that. Never attempted to steal. That pops out of the mid of Tolley.
Yeah, I would be more aggressive against a knuckleball pitcher. I mean, I think that, you know, anytime you get a chance, you get on first base, if you got base stealing speed, you try to go.
Dickey's 1-1, a high fly ball into left field. And Carrera with room behind him to put that one away. 2 down. DraftKings is the official one-day fantasy baseball partner of the Red Sox. Experience the thrill of playing on DraftKings now. Play free daily using the promo code NESSN at DraftKings.com. Pedroia 0 for 1. He's fly to right. And not only has he hit safely in 22 consecutive games against Toronto, he's reached base in 29 consecutive games against the Blue Jays. And the 1-0. He went with a heater. A blistering fastball at 83.
Yeah, pretty good location too, right at the bottom of the strike zone that time with a little tail on it, a little movement on that fastball.
Dickey won the Cy Young with the Mets back in 2012 when he won 20 games. Went 20-6 at 273 earned run average. And 3 years after that, 14-13, 14-13, and 11-11. Right now 2-6. The 2-1 will miss downstairs.
Tried the fastball again, but that time too low to Pedroia. No guarantee he's going to get a fastball in the 3-1 count.
Bogarts on deck. And the 3-1 from the 41-year-old. That gets him. But quickly he recovers once more and gets the play at first base. Guerin will be with us when we return. Should be talking about the Price-Stroman relationship. Bottom of the third, Bautista leading off, and he is in the leadoff spot these days for Toronto. 0 for 1 today with a fly to left. He was 2 for 5 with a big RBI single to tie the game off Kimbrel in the 8th inning on Saturday on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. And this one he's going to pop up on the infield. And Xander Bogaerts on the dirt. So 1 man away. Let's go down to Guerin.
Hey, thanks, Obie. You know, David Price was only here for a short time, but he left a huge impact on this Blue Jays clubhouse, especially on Marcus Stroman. Stroman told me that even though Price is gone, they still feel his presence in the clubhouse. And guys go about their business the way Price did, and that he set an example, and they still carry his values. Stroman also told me that he reaches out to Price for everything, on all kinds of advice, and that he's a role model, a mentor, and a lifelong friend. And guys, you really get that sense that that's the effect that David Price has had on the Red Sox clubhouse as well.
All right, Guerin, thank you very much. But the question is, as Donaldson gets in here, why then did Marcus Stroman go out yesterday and urge the fans to boo David Price?
I think that was all tongue-in-cheek.
It definitely was. But some of the fans were like, yeah, let's do that. They took it seriously. A line drive caught by Bogaerts, lunging to his left. Makes a nice play for the second out. Yeah, it was very much tongue-in-cheek because they have a big brother, little brother relationship.
Right. Two very nice defensive plays by the Red Sox so far in this game. Swihart in left field, and now Bogaerts taking a base hit away from Donaldson. Quick reactions right there by Xander as that ball sinking on him, and he's able to make the play. Top spin line drive that time, sinking very quickly, and that can throw off an infielder.
Here's Encarnacion with a shift on around to the left, and he grounds that one foul. Now, Price was a very popular guy with the entire ball club in Toronto last year. There was a point where it became public knowledge he was taking a scooter, riding a scooter to work every day to come to the ballpark, and then he bought like half the team a scooter.
You know, David Price is one of those guys you're around him for 5 minutes and you know he's a class act.
To the shortstop. Bogaerts with a smooth stop and gets him. And Price gets them 1, 2, 3. Still a 0-0 game here at Rogers Center after 3. Red Sox baseball in NESN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien with you from Toronto on a perfect day. Top half of the fourth coming up. No score. Red Sox looking for their first hit against R.A. Dickey, a guy they've knocked around going back to last year. He is 0-5 against the Red Sox. His last 5 decisions. Here's Bogaerts along with Sean Ramirez to test him for the second time around here in the top of the fourth. Xander trying to run that hitting streak to 22 in a row. You like his chances against Dickey because he started the day 12 for 33 off him, 364. So he handles the knuckleball, and it is caught by Travis. Boy, that was ticketed for right field. Line drive hauled in for the out.
You know, that's why Bogaerts swings the bat well against him too, because he waits a long time and he takes the ball to the opposite field. This ball a rocket off the bat of Bogaerts, but look who's standing right there, Travis, to take a base hit away from him. Travis is playing real good baseball for the Blue Jays.
One away, Shaw now. He's 0 for 1. Get a little trickler out in front of the plate. He was thrown out by the catcher Tolley. His first time up. He's 4 for 11 against Dickey with a home run. And that just misses. No score in the 4th inning. And that one pulled down the line, but he does hook it foul. We talked about this during his first at bat, how comfortable he appears to be at Rogers Center. He likes the backdrop, the batter's eye, sees the ball well here. His last 15 games against them, he's hitting close to 400. Two and two.
It's funny how it's different for different players. You know, there are some ballparks you go into, you just don't feel comfortable. You don't see the ball well. You don't feel comfortable in the box. Other places, it's a complete opposite. You pick up the baseball very well out of the batter's background.
Line the other way, foul.
And you happen to line up very well against their pitchers for some odd reason. You know, and a lot of things have to fall together to have the kind of numbers that you have in a particular place.
What's a ballpark you love to hit in the most?
Yankee Stadium. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what my career average was, and I have no idea, but I enjoyed going there because it had a big left field.
Fly ball into right center, hit pretty well. Pilar backs up though, and he's there for the catch. 2 down. Sox fans looking at the best seats to the biggest games. Check out the official Red Sox ticket resale marketplace at RedSoxReplay.com. The best place for season ticket holders to sell their tickets when they can't make it to the game. Here comes Hanley, 0 for 1 with a ground ball to second. He was 2 for 4 and drove in 3 runs on Saturday, and he has 4 RBIs in the series. Two men down, and the 1-0 pitch. Lined and caught, and Donaldson right there. Red Sox just hit him right at him. 0-0 in Toronto. Last of the fourth coming up, and Justin Smoak in the box here against Price. It's a 0-0 game, and they only hit a single by Carrera for Toronto in the second. That's been it. Smoak took a walk, one of 2 in a row issued by Price in the first inning, but they did not score off him, and that one is bounded foul. There are ways to find any number you want in baseball. You're talking about your favorite places to hit.
Yeah.
And maybe the places you didn't like to hit. And the Kingdome in Seattle no longer exists, but that was your favorite ballpark in terms of batting average, 336.
That makes sense. Artificial surface, hit a lot of ground balls. I think Kansas City might have been up high on that list too.
Little pop into right, charging on Betts. Plenty of time to get there for the out. It's interesting you're talking about old Yankee Stadium, and you felt great there. I think you hit somewhere in the 260s.
Yeah, well, what the problem was Ron Guidry. That was a major problem there.
That would be one.
It's a ballpark that I always felt comfortable in because they had a tremendous backdrop, totally black, and you picked up the baseball very well. You felt very comfortable in the batter's box. The problem was they had some pretty good pitching, so that's probably why it was the middle of the pack. And they had a big left field, which kind of worked to my advantage.
Fouled away here by Travis. One man out in the fourth inning.
It's interesting. The top two were the Kingdome and Kansas City, and both of those were artificial surfaces. So those ground balls were sneaking their way through.
You like Toronto too.
Exhibition Stadium. That was like playing on concrete.
So the faster the surface.
Faster the surface, the better for me.
I was a little disappointed the other day when Jim Rice came into the booth, and at least not immediately, he did not address you by your nickname, which he called you for many years, right? Called you Scoot, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was my nickname back when I played with those guys in the 70s, the late 70s, early 80s.
You called him Room.
Yeah, because every time we went on a road trip, because of our names, Rice, Remy, you know, we always had rooms next to each other, and so that's why we called each other Room. You know, it was just it's kind of a weird thing that just started. And
a lot of
I used to get Jimmy's phone calls all the time. I said, no, you know, you got the wrong room.
Yeah.
You know, call Jimmy.
I used to be with the Marlins years ago, and there was a sports writer for one of the newspapers named Dave O'Brien. He covered the club, and he traveled and stayed in a lot of the same hotels. And guess what I got? I'm married, right? And he's single.
Yeah.
So it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm getting, here's Rhonda looking for Dave O'Brien. No, you get the wrong guy.
You get the wrong Dave O'Brien.
Line shot, base hit into center field. So Travis becomes the second man to collect a hit today against David Price.
I'll tell you one thing, too. It's a good thing Jackie Bradley Jr. was charging that ball hard, because Travis had 2 bases on his mind. He was busting it out of the batter's box, thinking about a possible double. But Bradley, to his credit, put a good hard charge on that ball and quickly got it back in and kept him to the single. Picked that one right off the grass, didn't he? Or right off the dirt, I should say. And you can see him running. He's thinking about 2. You know, watch Bradley come across and then sprint back in and make that quick throw off balance to get it into second base and hold the runner at first.
1-on-1 for Darwin Barney, who lined to left field his first time up. An outstanding catch made by Blake Swihart. That was into the alley.
You know, we talked earlier about Price, why he's so tough to run on, and we mentioned that he doesn't have a high leg kick. When he goes to home plate, he has a fairly high leg kick. When he goes home, it's not with a man on first, it's not quite as high, and that's why it's difficult.
The 1-0, a strike.
Here's an example. On the left, there's nobody on base. Now watch how high the leg comes, and you can see on the right that it doesn't come nearly that high. But the key is he's bringing his hands up to the same spot, which is something he was not doing earlier in the season.
Travis with pretty good speed over there at first base with 1 down. Not running. Tagged again into left. Swihart will make that catch as well. So twice Barney has hit a bullet And there's nothing to show for it.
Yeah, Barney might want to try somebody else because right now Swihart's got his number.
2 away for Kevin Pillar. 0 for 1 with a pop to second base. No score here in the 4th inning, turning into a first-rate pitchers duel between Dickey and Price. And Price always seems to pitch well here. Snap toss down to first base and not in time to get Travis.
Well, Vasquez loves that. I mean, he's so quick. His feet are so quick that he loves to attempt that pickoff at first base, especially if he gets a pitch away like that or a pitch that's up in the zone.
You know, the hope is that the arm's going to come back 100%, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's there yet.
It's not.
No.
It's okay, but he had a throw yesterday that tailed right into the outfield. He admitted later, he said, if I had thrown it to the base, I get him. But it was a bad throw. He committed an error on that. And you can tell it's just not all the way back yet. He's a very confident thrower. He thinks he's very close to 100%. Price has yet to get someone on strikes here. He has Pillar down 0-2. And a swing and a miss, and down he goes. And there's number 1 as he strikes him out. 1 man left. A 0-0 game at Rogers Center. EchoStore Technologies is donating $50 to the Cloud Fund. It's the charitable foundation of the Dropkick Murphys. EchoStore Technologies, your data center solutions provider. On to the 5th, 0-0. Jackie Bradley getting his second look at R.A. Dickey. He'll be followed by Rutledge and then Vasquez. No David Ortiz today. If you're just joining us, a late scratch because of a sore left foot. And a high fly, but he pulled it too much and foul to make it 1-1. When you think of it, when Jackie's 29-game hitting streak ended on Thursday, it was on a couple of warning track fly balls.
Yeah, he hit the ball very well in that game that he did not get a hit in.
So it could so easily be a 31-game hitting streak today.
Without question, he had 2 balls, one to right field, one to center field. Both, I thought, had a chance to get out of the ballpark. The 2-1 from Dickey.
And he goes to 3-1 on Jackie, just a little bit above the strike zone of Nick Lentz.
Here's where you get confused as a hitter when you're facing a knuckleball pitcher. Is he going to give in to me with a fastball on the 3-1 count? No, he does not.
And he walks him. So he's walked 3 men. This one leading off an inning. Today's suits are designed by Joseph Abboud, custom made in the USA, of fine Italian fabrics available at Men's Warehouse. And for the first time this season, I believe this happened today, as you and I recorded our open, Jerry.
Incredible.
I got like 14 texts about it. We looked like twins. We looked like we were cut out of the exact same cloth, the exact same design. And I thought you looked terrific.
Well, let's put it this way. We were twins from the neck down, because you're a lot younger than I am. And that's pretty obvious on camera. But from the suit down, check this out. I mean, what are the odds of that happening?
It's a really flattering portrayal of me on the left there. Thanks. I appreciate that, guys.
I'm making believe I'm interested in what you're saying.
But you do every day, amazingly. I don't know how you pull that off.
But I mean, what are the odds that we both have the same suit on the same day? I mean, I don't think that's ever happened before.
No. And frankly, it shouldn't ever happen. You know, I'm a little bit self-conscious about what's going to happen tomorrow in Baltimore.
Well, you won't have the same thing as I'm going to have on. I'm going to have a blue blazer. So
runner goes, and a little jam job there as Rutledge hangs in.
I'm wondering if that was a hit and run. You know, a knuckleball guy's very, very tough to put a hit and run on, and that ball just ran in on the hands on Rutledge.
Here it is again. They cleaned it up for me, so I don't look like too much of a dope. They're very sharp. They both look good. I think suits do from the neck down.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the same shirt and tie
on. The 1-1 pitch to Rutledge. Up the middle. Out at second, out at first. Barney collecting that one right near the bag and turned it smoothly for the double play.
And that's a pretty easy play for the shortstop. Ground ball takes you in that direction, and you're close to the bag. You just got to make the catch on the ground ball, and you know you got a double play. Right in position right there to just adjust, tag with the right foot, make the throw on the same foot, and you got the deuce. R.A. Dickey loves the reaction from that.
Brings up Christian Vasquez, who's 0 for 1. Actually having a good series with the bat. He had a 2-run single in game 1. He was 2 for 4 with a double yesterday. Nothing in the 5th. Blake Swihart would be next. Red Sox do not have a hit today off of Dickey. Stay tuned for the mid-5th studio show after the 3rd out of this half inning, presented by Buick, with Adam and Dennis and Steve Lyons, who has been the traveling man.
Yeah, back and forth to Boston.
The 1-2. Punched and caught by Smoke. He caught it out of the air to retire the side. We go live to our studio with Adam and Dennis and Steve for the mid-5th studio show presented by Buick. much. David Price so far pitching a 2-hitter. The Red Sox don't have any hits through their 5 innings of batting against the knuckleballer Dickey. Ezekiel Carrero will lead things off. He has a base hit. And Sox looking to avoid not only a sweep here. He ran up as if to bunt but did not attempt it. But the Red Sox have not lost 4 consecutive games this season. And that would happen with a defeat here. Josh Thole on deck. And slap foul.
It's interesting. I'm watching Pedroia at second base with Carrera at the plate. He likes to bunt. And of course, we've mentioned this many times, but he is responsible for the drag bunt to the first base side. And you'll see him kind of creep in. He'll start shallow as he is right now, and he'll creep in and creep in and creep in just in case.
Base hit to right. Carrera 2 for 2.
Now, I'm not saying Pedroia could have got to that ball if he's playing in a normal position, but that's what speed does in bunting ability, you know, because the Red Sox play it that way, and I believe that's the right way to play it. Have your second baseman take that drag bunt, leave your first baseman at first base, but see him coming in. He's expecting the possible bunt, and then the ground ball gets by him. Now, I'm not sure he would have got that even if he was back because it was hit pretty hard.
Right.
But just an example of how they defend against the drag bunt.
Thole 0 for 1. He's flying to center field. The leadoff man is on in the 5th. Indicating bunt there, but taking a pitch outside. You saw Shaw and Rutledge charging in, particularly Travis Shaw was over at first base.
Yeah, this is a totally different situation. This is a sacrifice situation. So the first baseman, third baseman charge. Second baseman goes to first base to retrieve the throw. And Bogaerts, of course, will take second base.
1-0. He is bunting and fouls it back to make it 1-1.
Tried to drop that one down to third base to Rutledge. See the action here at first and third coming in, and Pedroia going to first base. Bogaerts to his spot at second base. The bunt defense against the sacrifice.
Rutledge was not in the original starting lineup, and Shaw was supposed to be at third base with Hanley Ramirez at first, but because Ortiz was scratched, Ramirez became the DH. Shaw going to first base. Thole trying to drop down a bunt. He fouls it off there. Throw down to second base, but it was a foul ball.
That ball hit him twice.
I think it may have.
But the question is, was he still in the batter's box? I thought it came up and hit him again. Let's take a look. There's the bunt. Comes back up. Hits him. Yeah, but he's still in the batter's box. He did not come out. And again, we look at the defense making their moves.
If he has 1 foot out of the box, has to be clear.
Yeah.
And it hits him, he's out. But he was still inside it. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Thole. Carrera with good speed at first base. Bautista on deck. You're trying to get him in as a scoring position for him, and fouled off on the swing. Don't miss WB Mason extra innings live right after the game. Adam, Dennis, and Steve break it down. You'll also hear from David Price and John Farrell. Whatever, whenever, wherever, who but WB Mason. Price has won each of his last 8 decisions against Toronto. It's the longest streak of any pitcher against them since Roger Clemens beat them 9 consecutive times. Streak that ended in 1992. One-two hammered, but foul down the right field line. Totally jumped all over that pitch. He was a bit too quick. Joey Bats waiting his turn. He's about to hit for the 3rd time against his former teammate. Red Sox trying to bounce back from suffering their first walk-off loss of the season yesterday here in Toronto. That's in there for strike 3. 93 right at the hollow of the knee. Totally not thrilled with the call, but of course he's catching today.
Now Thole didn't do his job. I mean, he had a couple of chances to sacrifice the man at second base. He puts himself in a position where he's got 2 strikes on him, and nasty right at the bottom of the strike zone. That pitch has got to be a strike. You can see it across the knees.
It's a great pitch. Second strikeout for Price, and gets one man out, and that'll bring up Bautista, who has flied out and popped to short. High fly ball down the left field line. He tags it deep into the corner, and it is gone. Up into the foul screen for a 2-run homer. Number 11 for Bautista. Well, that was a high, majestic blast. The question was, would it hit that netting? And it did.
Yeah, it looked like a cut fastball that ends up on the inside part of the plate and too high. That's not exactly where Price wants that pitch. He wants it down lower, and Bautista able to keep it in fair territory. Now, there's something I'd like to point out about Price, and you know, we've been talking a lot about the leg kick with a man at first and the leg kick when there's nobody on.
Here's Donaldson, and he fouls one away.
But I want you to watch the glove. The biggest thing with Price is his glove, how high he brings it up. And to Bautista, look where it is. It's at his waist. So he got away from what he has been doing good over the last 3 games, and it cost him on that particular pitch.
To the tune of a 2-run homer. 2-0 Toronto.
Now you see where his glove was in that last delivery, how high it came up around his neck. That's what he has been doing. But for some reason, with the man at first base, that glove did not come up high. It came up to about his belt. And I don't know if that made a difference, but it's not the delivery he wants.
Donaldson is 0 for 2. He has grounded to short and lined to short. 13 home runs for him. Bautista hitting his 39th career home run against the Red Sox, second most by any active player, behind A-Rod.
One more look at the home run pitch. Now watch the hands in the glove. Watch where they end up. Right at the waist. And that's the problem he was having earlier in the season. He falls back in that habit every now and then. On that particular pitch, it cost him. Now watch where the glove goes on this particular windup. It's going to go up high around his neck.
3-1 pitch, and upstairs he walks him. Did not walk 3 men. And that'll send up Encarnacion, who has walked and tapped to the shortstop. So the Red Sox behind again here in Toronto. Still looking for their first hit against Dickey. Encarnacion productive lately with an RBI in 4 straight games. He'll be a free agent at the end of the season. Toronto has said re-signing Encarnacion and Bautista after this season is a priority, but they're not talking with either one of them right now.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, Dave.
Can't.
They're going to sign both of them.
Not that kind of money.
No.
Encarnacion has said he'd been willing to negotiate during spring training. He tags that one foul.
And again, you know, with the runner at first base, we can see the hands on that particular pitch, again, very low. And I think the high position is where he would prefer to be. That's the correction that he basically has made. But with a man at first, he doesn't seem to become as high. Let's see what he does this time. Nope, same thing, low.
94 off the edge of the plate to make it 1-1. Two to nothing Toronto on the blast by Bautista. Encarnacion with not nearly as much success against David Price. 1-1 fly toward right field. Betts charging toward the line, still on the move, and he'll get there in fair territory. For the second out, Donaldson back to first. And that will send up Justin Smoak, the first baseman, who has walked and flied to left. He is 1 for 8 lifetime against the left-hander. It's a really fine defensive first baseman. Donaldson aboard with 2 down. Blocked there by Vasquez. No advance by Donaldson. Red Sox have due up next inning Swihart, Betts, and Pedroia. At the moment, Boston getting no hit by R.A. Dickey. In the inning, a base hit, a towering home run, and a walk. So Price has been off a bit. And he misses down low. Hood is proud to be the official dairy of the Boston Red Sox, serving New England communities for 170 years. And now Smoak will grow tired of waiting here. For Bautista, incidentally, the 6th home run he has hit against David Price. That's the most that anybody has hit against him. Two-0 pitch. Now 2-1. Price 17-2 in his career against Toronto, a .242 earned run average, but Bautista continues to be trouble for him. And the 6'5" lefty fires, and Luke foul to make it 2-2. Go back to the start of last season. The Red Sox are 13-7 when opposing a former Cy Young winner. They're getting another one today in Dickey, who won it with the Mets. And today he's pitching like one. And in this inning, get a little bit of support as well. Here comes the 2-2 to Smoak. And put him away in there for strike 3. Got him with a fastball looking. But Bautista hits a 2-run homer, and it's 2-0 Toronto. Sports Today, a preview of the Red Sox next series in Baltimore, plus a complete recap of homecoming week at Fenway. That's tonight at 10 on NESN Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. Red Sox trailing 2-0. And look at their first knock here against R.A. Dickey. Swihart 0 for 1 with a comebacker. Red Sox certainly hope they're not thinking about no-hit stuff in the next few innings. They can start to string some hits together against Dickey. But Toronto has only had one no-hitter in their history. Dave Stieb threw that in 1990. Jerry, you may recall in September of 1988, as that one is swung on and missed for strike 3, he made a run at a no-hitter and lost it with 1 out to get in the 9th inning. And then 6 days later, same thing. Yep. 8 2/3, and he lost it again. Incredible. One of the great pitchers in the history of this franchise.
Struck me out 3 times one night on a slider down and in on each occasion.
Here's Betts. He has walked and flied out. 267, slumping at the moment, though. 1 for his last 21. Lined in a right center field, headed for the alley, and the Red Sox have their first hit. That's going to go all the way to the fence. Mookie turning on the Jets. He's heading into third, and the throw will not get him. Safe with a triple.
That's one of the few knuckleballs that Dickey has thrown today that didn't do very much. It kind of stayed flat and it stayed up for Mookie Betts. So he's able to make good solid contact to the opposite field. Watch the location of that knuckleball. It's up high above the belt, just underneath the letters. And those become pretty good pitches to hit. And Mookie knows when it goes in that gap, he's got at least 2, possibly 3. He checks it out. He knows now he's got 3. No sense picking up the third base coach. You make that decision on your own.
4 triples now, and is tied for #1 in the American League. Pedroia trying to pick him up now. The Red Sox looking to get on the scoreboard. Pedroia has flied out and grounded to the pitcher.
That's a knuckleball there to Mookie Betts, the one that did not really dance very much. One of the few bad ones he's thrown today.
0-1 pitch will miss down and away. Again, the Red Sox have really beaten this guy up lately. 0-5 in his last 5 decisions against Boston. This year, the Red Sox hitting .326 against him. And the 1-1 is inside. Two 2-0 Toronto in the 6th. 1 man out and a runner at third. See if that triple gets Mookie going. Here comes the 2-1. Rattle foul.
The Red Sox need some contact of some type here. Just a ground ball to the infield gets a run home, unless it's probably to the first baseman or back to Dickey.
Xander Bogaerts on deck. He does not have a hit today and is sitting on a 21-game hitting streak. Dickey's 2-2.
Good battle right there by Pedroia. That's a pretty good knuckleball. Had a lot of movement on it. Was down in the zone, and Pedroia able to foul it off. That one was dancing a little bit as it came down low in the strike zone.
Base hit here for Pedroia, and he would have hit safely in 23 in a row against Toronto. Popped up off first base. Smoke looking for room, but that's going to sail into the seats. Now, if you're looking to provide a once-in-a-lifetime experience for your guests, make sure you visit redsox.com/premium sales or email premiumsales@redsox.com and learn more about Red Sox suites and premium packages. Betts at third base with 1 out, and the 2-2 to Pedroia. He's taking down low. That barely missed, and the count goes full. Pedroia came into the game 12 for 48 with 1 home run against Dickey. He's a .250 career hitter against him. Payoff pitch. Line drive, base hit. That'll chase in Betts, and the Red Sox get on the scoreboard. And that is another RBI for Pedroia, his 23rd, and he runs that hitting streak to 23 in a row against Toronto.
Now that's a very good at bat by Pedroia. He fouled off some tough pitches right there to keep that thing alive, and finally he gets a knuckleball that appears to be inside part of the plate, and not exactly at the bottom of the strike zone, and he's able to rifle out in that hole between third and short for the base hit. Pick up the RBI, his 23rd of the year, and the Red Sox finally get on the board.
One of the better at bats of this series by a Red Sox hitter. Here's Xander Bogaerts now 0 for 2. Fly to left, and he's lined out hard to the second baseman Travis. Yesterday 3 for 5, a homer and 3 RBIs for Xander. He started play today as the American League's top hitter, hitting .351. He's also #1 in hits. In fact, started the afternoon leading the major leagues in hits at 71. And has really become one of the elite hitters in baseball. 1-1 fouled back, so he's behind in the count. Shaw on deck, hitting out of the cleanup spot today. 2-1 Toronto. And the 1-2 to Xander will not be made as Pedroia dives back in. Dickey, born in Nashville, Tennessee. He was a star at the University of Tennessee, still holds the all-time career wins record there. 1-2 and a pop down the line. That's going to find the seats. Stay tuned for Red Sox Final, presented by Plainridge Park Casino. Adam Dennis and Steve Lyons will have the Red Sox best plays of May. I think one of them we may have seen in yesterday's game with Rick Porcello on that funny squibber that was in and then out of his glove. He recovered and made a beautiful off-balance throw at first base. Swihart's made a dandy of a play today. A jam shot bounce foul here by Xander.
Yeah, to get those 2 plays in, though, they may have to redo the whole show. You know, I mean.
Right. Somebody's going to be in the editing room
right now,
stringing that together. Here comes the 1-2. Popped up again. Long run for Smoke and Travis. Travis charging, can't reach it.
A couple of long at bats going on here. Pedroia at bat very long, and Bogaerts putting up a tough at bat against Dickey.
Pedroia after his RBI single on at first base. Red Sox have cut the lead in half. 2-1 Toronto. And another foul back. Dickey finding it very tough to put away Mr. Bogaerts. This looks like a rest break here.
Now there's not much to talk about as far as pitch selection, that's for sure.
I can tell you that MLB.TV Premium is everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game on over 400 supported devices of all 30 teams. Visit MLB.TV for details. Bogaerts back in, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And another one punch foul.
And Bogaerts, every swing that he's fouled the pitch off is designed to go to the opposite field. You can see where Pilar's playing him in center field, where Batista's playing him. They're just shading him in that direction, especially with 2 strikes on him. And once again trying to go in that direction and fouls it off. But the outfield defense shading Bogaerts that way.
Here comes pitch number 9 of this at bat. And Dickey's 1-2 again, and that'll drift inside. That's a pretty good take.
Dickey's begging for that one, but not quite a strike, as it was down and in. But he wanted it badly after this long battle with Bogaerts. See him just drop his shoulders.
Two and two with a runner at first and 1 away. Little lob toss of Pedroia there. It's a real blood feud today when you talk about David Price from Vandy, R.A. Dickey from Tennessee. That's serious business in that neck of the woods. 2-2 home. Another one foul back. So Dickey just cannot put him away.
And they got Dickey up to 92 pitches now on the game.
Bogaerts does see him well. 364 lifetime. It's in 33 at bats coming into play today. 2-2. Ground ball base hit. That is some at bat. And that is also a 22 game hitting streak for Mr. Bogaerts.
That's a beautiful thing right there. All those foul balls that he was fouling off with the knuckleball. I think he tried to get him with a fastball, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see on replay if it's a fastball or not. And he's able to pull the ball.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I think it was at the bottom of the strike zone. And Bogaerts, what a great at bat that was. Fouling off all those knuckleballs the other way and behind home plate, and then gets the fastball. He did not sneak it by him. He was ahead of it and finds that hole between third and short.
So here's Travis Shaw, 0 for 2 today, and the Red Sox have 2 men on as he takes one down low.
One more look at the Bogaerts hit.
That was on the 11th pitch of that at bat. And the Sox in business with 1 out, and that'll be a strike. I love how you phrase that, by the way. As we replayed the fastball, I said, I think it was a fastball. It was 83.
Yeah.
You never know with a knuckleball.
No, it's hard to tell sometimes.
Chavez throwing in their bullpen. So they have activity out there for the first time today, as that one is flicked foul on the swing by Shaw. R.A. Dickey's pitching line is brought to you by your Eastern Lexus dealers. That pitch count is going up and up. Now 5 1/3. He has walked 3 men. The last 3 Red Sox have hits against him. Starting with the Betts triple, he has scored. Pedroia with a single, he's at second. Bogaerts with a single, he's at first. And a chopper foul off first base. That was the 28th pitch he has thrown in this inning. And the 1-2 pitch now to Travis. He won't chase. 2-2.
Dickey's given up 9 home runs on the season so far. Travis Shaw would like to make it 10.
Shaw blasted his 7th yesterday in the Red Sox loss. 2-2. And he lets it go for ball 3. So the count is full with 2 men on base who run pretty well. Pete Walker on the horn. And all filled up on Travis Shaw. 3-2 pitch, and he walked him. And the bases are going to be loaded here for Hanley Ramirez. And Walker coming out to talk with his pitcher. Now, there have been some long at bats in this inning.
Yeah, this has been a real taxing inning for R.A. Dickey. Swihart went down fairly easily, but then Betts, Pedroia, Bogaerts, and Bogaerts in particular, very long at bats. Long at bat for Travis Shaw.
Fans, don't miss NESN Live weeknights at 5:30. NESN Live is presented by Cross Insurance. So Hanley will dig in 0 for 2 in this one. He has grounded to second and lined to the third baseman, making him 4 for 12 against Dickey with a home run. He has Pedroia at third base, Bogaerts at second base, and Shaw at first, and only one away. Red Sox trailing 2-1. Hanley had 3 RBIs yesterday in the defeat. And the first one is outside, ball 1. All of a sudden, Dickey is not getting it to move where he needs it to go.
It comes and it goes, and let's hope it's gone.
A man at every base and the 1-0 pitch. And it's up and in, and that one gets him. Here comes Pedroia. A hit batsman, and the Red Sox have tied it. RBI number 31 for Hanley. Right now, Dickey has no idea where it's going.
No, that ball went way out of control for R.A. Dickey. And you have to wonder what the 2 at-bats by Pedroia and Bogaerts, what effect that had on Dickey, because he was just rolling along in this game. No way Hanley could go. I mean, he can't get out of the way of that pitch. You tie the ball game up, and that's going to be it for Dickey.
Here comes Gibbons. Chavez is loose, and Dickey is coming out. Once again, the Red Sox get to him early. This is becoming routine. They beat him twice in April, 7-4 and then 4-1. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Kia. So that's it for Dickey, who just comes apart in the 6th inning, and the Red Sox have the bases loaded with only 1 down, and they have tied it up, and we'll have more in just a moment. By Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. Chad Girardo, the rookie, is going to come on and pitch now with the bases all loaded up, and the Red Sox have just tied it here in Toronto, trying to grab a victory in this series. He's a rookie out of Mississippi State, where he was a 2-time SEC All-American and about to make his 11th appearance. Jackie Bradley will climb in. He has grounded out and taken ball 4, and there is no place to put him with 1 away. And the Red Sox with an opportunity to really bust it open here. He checks his swing and rolls a foul for strike one.
Kind of a slingshot delivery that time by Jurado, as he doesn't drop all the way down to the side, but about 3/4. Gives that left-hander a different look.
So Dickey to the bench. Red Sox once again knocking him out fairly early. The 0-1. Tried to hold up, but he went around a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
Now from that angle there, you throw that big sweeping breaking ball. Very difficult for the left-hander to pick up that pitch, and Bradley that time unable to check his swing. Starts the inside part of the plate, finishes way off the outside edge.
Bases jammed with one away in the 0-2. You would think that Jackie would be really happy that Dickey's out of the game because he's 3 for 24 against him, but then he has to take a look at this motion from a lefty.
Well, Bradley's 8 for his last 11 against left-handed pitching, but if he keeps throwing that breaking ball away, he's going to have trouble with it, I think.
Bogart, Shaw, Ramirez leading all the way around, and it's 2-2.
You can see the location of every single pitch way off the outside part of the plate. Once again, he tries that breaking ball away, but Bradley ready for it that time.
Jackie with 35 RBIs. He's hit 8 homers. And the 2-2 from Jurado. And he wouldn't chase. That's going to fill it up, 3-2. He's been very disciplined these last few pitches. I think up and down the lineup the Red Sox have been in this inning. Betts with a triple, Pedroia with a single, Bogarts with a single, Shaw took ball 4. Hanley hit by a pitch to drive in a run. Here's the 3-2. And he pokes that one foul. And now Tolley out for a conference. Mookie Betts got it going with the first hit of the day for the Red Sox, with 1 out here in the 6th inning. And the game has taken a dramatic turn since then. Man at every base and 1 away. And it's down and away. And it's ball 4, and that'll force in a run. And the Red Sox have the lead.
Credit Jackie Bradley for that, because, you know, he tricked him early in the count with that big sweeping breaking ball, and he tried to stay with it. And Bradley knew it, and he was able to stay off a bunch of them as they were all way outside.
And here comes Gibbons again. And he's got a hook with him.
Here's the last pitch to Bradley again. They go back to the breaking ball, not close to being a strike. Matter of fact, there wasn't 1 strike thrown in that at bat to Jackie Bradley Jr. He did swing at 1 and fouled it off.
Now the Red Sox have taken the lead on ball 4 and on top 3-2. And we'll be back with more in just a moment. New Charlie Moore Outdoors. Charlie heading to Minnesota to fish in the land of 10,000 lakes. See what big fish he hauls in tonight at 6 right here on NESN. Now the Red Sox have just grabbed the lead on a ball forward. The bases loaded to Jackie Bradley. Jesse Chavez coming on, the veteran, making his 18th appearance. Lately he's been easy to hit. Opponents hitting .440 against him over his last 6 games. And Rutledge will be the batter. He has walked. He's also hit into a double play. Only 1 out. Red Sox have scored 3 times here in the 6th inning and looking for some more. The last 3 Red Sox hitters without a whole lot to swing at. Shaw with a walk. Ramirez hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. And Bradley taking ball 4 with the bases loaded. And suddenly the Red Sox are in front. And the 0-1 pitch from the right-hander. That's a strike. Shaw at third base, Ramirez at second base, and Bradley at first base. Vasquez would be next. Here's the 0-2. And poke foul. Jerry, a lot of good approaches in this inning.
Yeah, they've had some very good at bats. You know, they fouled off a number of tough pitches, long at bats, wearing down the pitching staff of the Blue Jays.
And Rutledge is the 8th man to swing in this inning. 0-2. Cut on and missed, and he's retired. 2 down.
Yeah, pretty much comes with the straight fastball that time. Elevates it a little bit at 92 miles an hour to pick up the strikeout. Huge strikeout there for Chavez.
Now the 9th man to hit for the Red Sox here in the 6th inning. Vasquez has gone 0 for 2. 3 for 9 with the bases loaded with 7 RBIs. And he foul tips that one for strike 1.
And that cut fastball will start him off with a pretty nasty pitch down and away from Vasquez. It looks like it's going to be good over the middle, and it cuts away.
The 0-1 to Christian. Been late on that 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Now it's 0-2. Well, he went south on Dickey in a hurry. The Red Sox have scored 3 times. They'd like some more right here. Vasquez in the hole, and here comes the 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swihart on deck. He began this inning by striking out. That was a long time ago. Sox are on top now. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from the righty. High fly into right field. Routine play for Bautista. And the Red Sox will leave him loaded, but they will also get 3. And are now in front over Dickey and Toronto in the middle of the 6th. A packed house here in Toronto. The Red Sox have the lead 3-2 behind David Price as they try and snap a 3-game skid. Devin Travis is 1 for 2 on the day with a single and a tapper to third base. And then it's Barney and Pilar. So a chance for Mr. Price to cruise here in the 6th inning against this part of the order.
Got a gift right there, picking up that strike that was a little bit off the outside part of the plate.
Travis is 3 for 5 against him in his career. He was a rookie last year. Hard hit, snagged by Shaw. He'll take it to the bag as he makes a fine play. Say hello to the DD Perks loyalty program. It's how Dunkin' Donuts shows big time appreciation to loyal fans with great offers and perks like a free beverage when you join, another on your birthday. Enroll today at ddperks.com or the Dunkin' Donuts mobile app. The Red Sox run on Dunkin'.
Well, the position right there for Travis Shaw was outstanding. They had him well off the line, and that ball was a rocket by Travis, but right at Shaw in his position.
Here's Barney, who twice has lined out stiff to the left fielder Swihart. So he's 0 for 2. His career high in hits is 4, and he did that against the Red Sox 2 years ago. Going 4 for 5. Hits have been hard to come by today. Toronto has just 4, and the Red Sox have 3. Toward the middle, but Bogart's there. And guns on to first base, 2 down. Time for a game break brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. And here's Adam Pellerin. All right, Adam, thank you very much. Here's Pilar, 0 for 2. He's popped to second and struck out. Price looking for a 1-2-3 6th after the Red Sox just got him 3 runs. Although it was a strange inning. Red Sox did get their first 3 hits of the ball game. That one tagged into right field. Betts backing up to the track. He's got it. He runs it down. And Price indeed has that 1-2-3. We're going to the 7th, 3-2 Boston. Is Jason Varitek bobblehead night at Fenway. The first 15,000 receive a Jason Varitek bobblehead. It's courtesy of Granite City Electric. For tickets and information, go to redsox.com/promos or call 877 Red Sox 9. Sox bullpen starting to move around a little bit as Swihart rolls a foul to get the 7th inning underway. 3-2 Boston. Kimbrel is unavailable today after throwing 39 pitches yesterday in the Red Sox defeat. That's a career high for him. He would be available in Baltimore tomorrow afternoon. And that's a base hit into left field. So Swihart now 1 for 3. Good start for the Red Sox in the 7th.
Good job by Swihart going to the opposite field too on a pitch that was down and away from him. Did not try to roll over, just tried to go with it and sets that line drive down in front of Correa in left field. That's not a bad pitch at all. That's just very good hitting by Blake Swihart.
That's outstanding plate coverage. So the Sox have 4 hits. That's what Toronto has. The runner goes. There's a bounding ball to the shortstop. The runner was in motion. Out at first is Betts, and down to second is Blake Swihart.
Yeah, they elect to play hit and run with Mookie Betts, and you don't see that very often because Betts is a guy that can hit the ball out of the ballpark, but clearly a hit and run play right there as Swihart was taking off. And the ground ball goes to the shortstop. They cannot get the double play, so the Red Sox do get a man in scoring position.
Here's Pedroia. He singled to drive in the Red Sox first run of the day in that 6th inning to chase in Betts, who had tripled. So he's 1 for 3 with an RBI. And taking ball 1. And Pedroia has now reached in 30 straight games against Toronto. And the feeling is that he is starting to get hot again. 2-0. He had 2 doubles yesterday and now a 6-game hitting streak. Xander Bogaerts has run his hitting streak to 22 in a row. Popped up on the left side, Donaldson and Barney there, and Donaldson will grab that. 2 down. And Bogaerts next. Ace Ticket is Boston's trusted source for Red Sox tickets with the best seats at the lowest prices, all with a 200% guarantee. Treat yourself for someone special by visiting aceticket.com or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. So Xander with the 2nd longest hitting streak in the majors this year behind Jackie's 22 straight. Ran it to 22 in a row with a base hit last inning, and he scored a run. And now Hembree is getting going in the pen. First activity out there. Runner at second base, and that's in there for a strike. Price is at 96, Jerry.
Yeah, I think that he'll come out. I really believe he'll come out for the bottom of the 7th inning. We'll have to wait and see. They do have action in the bullpen, but at 97 pitches, I would think that he'd be able to go another.
1 more anyway. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Bounced up there. It was not a high stress inning last inning. He got them quickly.
Got him very quickly, and that's what he needed to get through the 7th inning.
Xander 1 for 3. Started the day batting .351. Leading the American League. And continues to pile up the hits. He had 3 of them yesterday. Laced foul. Jerry, you can see him winning the batting title this year.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, this guy just can flat out hit, and he's getting better with a short amount of time in the big leagues. Chili Davis loves his approach to hitting.
So does Victor. Here comes the 1-2. Spoiled again. He's had a couple of really long at bats, and it doesn't matter who the pitcher is.
Yeah, he's spoiling off tough pitches, and he's fouling them off to the opposite direction.
He's upset at himself for something. But it's rare when you catch him without a smile on his face. He's such an upbeat kid. Swihart at second. Here's the 1-2. And he pulled that one foul. And again, he's kind of chastising himself.
You know, that's what he's doing now. I mean, he's getting pitches away and he's fouling them off to the opposite field. He's getting pitches inside and he's able to handle those. He's covering the whole plate. And those kind of guys are awfully tough to pitch to. This ball's going to be inside after a number of pitches away, and Bogart's not happy maybe that he swung at that pitch because he was too far inside. You see pitch number 5 was way inside.
One, two, got a piece of that one.
And that's a good right there too. A good foul ball. Another breaking ball, a cut fastball to the outside part of the plate, and he's able to foul it off the other way. That fouls an inside fastball.
I thought a couple of years ago he might be a high walk total guy by this point in his career. That is not the case.
No, not at all.
He's not that kind of hitter. He's only walked 17 times.
17 with 36 strikeouts.
He loves to swing the bat. Shaw on deck. He did walk his last time up. 2 out. Red Sox ahead 3-2 in the 7th inning. Blake Swihart leading off second. And that is just outside. Another great take on the 7th pitch of that at bat. Definitely missed.
Yeah, definitely missed. 40,000 umpires here in Toronto thought it was a strike, but it was clearly outside. It's a good pitch. Something tempting to swing at, but not a strike.
Two and two. And 2 down. Fouled away again.
This is a couple of at bats that Bogart has had have been unbelievable. He's seen a load of pitches in the last 2 at bats that he's had.
So it was 11 pitches in the last at bat on which he singled, and it's 8 now and counting. Just the last 2 trips for Xander. Chavez with a 2-2. And now the count fills up. So Shaw may get a chance with 2 men on here in a moment. Total of 8 hits in the game. Each side has 4. That's it. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Runner goes. And a one-hopper knocked down by Smoke. Will there be a play? And now they've got the runner hung up. Swihart came around third base. He's in a rundown now, and he will be tagged out to retire the side. He thought he might fool him and come around to score, but they recovered quickly. That is out number 3. And Nesson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By buyatoyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. And by the Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security. Use your head, buckle up. David Price's pitching line brought to you by Ace Ticket, moving into his 7th inning and tossing a 4-hitter. And he does have a 3-2 lead over the Blue Jays, his former team. See how deep he goes in this one. The bullpen is active for Boston. And Ezekiel Carrera, who is 2 for 2 off him, will lead things off here. Embry going in the bullpen. He runs up, but it's in for a strike.
Just about every time he gets up there, he fakes a bunt or attempts a bunt. Gets infielders out of position.
He's hitting .370. Although he does not play every day. And that's down into the dirt. The only inning in which they have scored against Price was the 5th inning on a towering home run by Jose Bautista. Right down the left field line into the screen, and that is cut on and missed by Carrera. He was taking a home run swing.
And Bautista will be up in this inning, and that is not a good matchup for David Price. 6 career home runs now against Price.
Price looking to put away Carrera. Just outside. 2-2. Price can mix in 4 or 5 pitches. Big 4-seam fastball. That swing and miss slider, curveball, occasional changeup in the cutter. Here comes the 2-2. And he left it inside. And it has gone full on Ezekiel Carrera. He's walked 3 men today. 2 in a row in the first inning, but he got out of that without any runs. Three-2 pitch. High chop. Shaw has it. And he slips, and he's not going to get him. He went down, and Carrera went right on by him. That'll be his 3rd hit of the day.
Well, not much you can do about that. You lose an edge on the dirt, and down you go. And there's no chance at all for Shaw to flip to Price, who's covering first base. He just goes down. Tries to make the cut, slips. And Carrera gets into first base with no problem.
Boy, what a helpless feeling there for Travis.
It's like he slipped on the grass.
Here's Tolley. He's 0 for 2 to fly to center and a strikeout. Worth repeating that Price has not allowed a stolen base in 42 starts. Rutledge creeping in at 3rd. Tolley squaring to bunt, but he takes a ball. Red Sox leading 3-2 in the 7th inning. With that base hit by Carrera, Toronto's actually in front in the hit column 5-4.
And Carrera has 3 of those hits.
He's also scored a run, not running. He pulls it back, and it's a little high. So the count goes to 2-0.
Yeah, they're trying to give up an out here to move a man in a scoring position, but Price falling behind 2 balls and no strikes.
Here comes the 2-0 to Tolley. He bunts. Shaw to go to first base. Pedroia covering there down to second base. Carrera representing the tying run for Toronto.
excellent job by Tolley. He's been called upon a number of times to bunt in this game and finally gets it down in a position where the only play Shaw has is the first base. So they do get their man in a scoring position at second, and that's going to be it for David Price. We told you the matchup was not good with Price and Bautista, and they're going to make the move.
So we have a pitching change. That's all for the ace. At the moment, he has the lead, the tying run at second base. Bautista will have to face somebody else, and it's going to be Hembree. We'll take a break and be back with more in Toronto. 3-2 Boston. His strikeout hunger program in partnership with Nesson and the Greater Boston Food Bank. Visit your Boston area Lexus dealer in May to donate non-perishable food items. You can also enter for a chance to win a Nesson VIP ballpark experience. For more information, visit Nesson.com/Lexus. So here's Hembree coming on after the bullpen melted down yesterday. So he will make his 12th appearance. He's been tough. 2-0, a 183 earned run average, 19 2/3, 5 walks.
And with the work yesterday, Dave, as you mentioned, I mean, there's not many options down there for John Farrell to finish out this ball game.
Price gets it out in the 7th. Here's Bautista, who blasted a 2-run homer in the 5th inning. And his numbers against Price make the move obvious. Hitting .346, 6 home runs against him. So it's Carrera at second base, representing the tying run, and that is inside for ball 1.
Back in the 5th inning, off the foul pole, cut fastball from Price. And just hugging in fair territory is that long ball from Bautista.
They got 2 on that swing. His 11th home run. The Red Sox would rally for 3 in the following inning and have the advantage at the moment. Here comes the 1-0, not to be made. Back to second, Carrera. Toronto's won 7 of their last 9. They're playing very well.
And a lot of attention put on Carrera at second base too, because he is a potential tying run.
Dropped in there for a strike at 87, right at the bottom of the zone. You have to throw Bautista strikes because he will take a walk. Here's the 1-1. That'll be drifting foul out of play to make it 1-2. And then tomorrow at 12:30, don't miss Red Sox first pitch, presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. TC and Dennis Eckersley preview the Red Sox next series against the Orioles. At the moment, the Red Sox with a 1-game lead in the division over Baltimore. Carrera with the lead and the 1-2, and it's inside. It gets no easier with Donaldson on deck. Two. Looked like he went, and he did, and that is strike three. He tried to hold up, but it's a swing and a miss, and they're 2 down.
Yeah, they just continue to bury Bautista inside with fastballs, and that guy Bautista cannot check the swing. A pitch that's off the plate inside, but clearly a swing. That was the game plan there, without question. Inside, they started him off with a breaking ball, and after that, it was all fastballs in.
2 away for Donaldson. The reigning MVP has grounded out and lined out. And Hembry's first one, way too high. Donaldson had a great game on Friday night with a pair of home runs, and he drove in 5. Yesterday 1 for 3, walked twice. No hits today, and he's taken ball 4. Seems like he is always lurking in the shadows, though. Carrera at second base in the 1-0. That is low. 2-0. Donaldson ranking 5th in the American League with the 13 home runs. 2-0 pitch and a cracked foul. 2-1. Sox are at Baltimore tomorrow afternoon. At 1:35, Stephen Wright against Tyler Wilson. And Eduardo Rodriguez returns to the Sox rotation on Tuesday night at 7:05.
That's going to be very interesting.
Joe Kelly goes on Wednesday. Rick Porcello scheduled to pitch on Thursday in that series. Red Sox hoping to get to Baltimore with a 2-game lead in the division. Right now it's 1. 2 balls, 1 strike to Donaldson. Red Sox ahead 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th. High pop up into right field. He should get out of it here. Here's Betts to put it away. And that runner is stranded at second base. Good work by Hembry here. And the Red Sox still lead by 1. first choice for value and convenience. For every Sox homer this season, Speedway will donate $500 to Boston Children's Hospital. Stop by a Speedway store near you and pick up your Speedy Rewards card and start earning points today. Close one here as we go to the 8th. 3-2. The Red Sox in front, even though they've been out hit by one. Joe Biagini, who we are really getting used to seeing, appearing in his 16th game of the year, and he's been tough. And we'll take on Travis Shaw, Hanley Ramirez, and Jackie Bradley here in the 8th inning. Travis has gone 0 for 2, and he's taken ball 4.
A big out by Hembree in that last bat against Donaldson.
Got him to pop up to right field with the tying run at second base. Yesterday, the bullpen allowed 6 earned runs, but Hembree coming on and getting it done here today. And a 1-1 to Shaw. To the third baseman. Donaldson with a backhand and a fast out. Keep up with the Red Sox this season on NESN.com. You'll find the latest news and analysis, as well as executive and exclusive interviews and video content. Visit NESN.com today. Hanley Ramirez has gone 0 for 2 and been hit by a pitch with the bases loaded, although it was a knuckleball. Back in the 6th inning. That's when R.A. Dickey came undone. You've seen it so many times with knuckleballers over the years. He was outstanding through the first 5 innings.
Yeah, it really goes from pitch to pitch, doesn't it? I mean, it's amazing. And the Red Sox put a couple of real tough at bats on against him.
No, they really did. Pedroia, Bogarts, Shaw.
Made him throw a lot of pitches. Wore him down.
And just all of a sudden fell apart on him. He had no hit the Sox through 5 innings. And it wound up he only got 1 out in the 6th before they hooked him. And the Red Sox got 3 runs and lead it 3-2. Jackie Bradley on deck. And the 2-0. That'll find the mark. Go back over the last 32 games for Hanley. He's hitting .325. Home run total still pretty low at 4 by his standards. He went for the downs right there. It's 2-2.
That's a good cut fastball from Biagini. First one Ramirez has seen in this at bat.
We want to say hello to those of you who are watching this on Sportsnet in Canada. We understand you have our feed, at least for the time being, and checking us out here on NESN with the Red Sox leading Toronto 3-2. Great to have you with us. Blue Jays winning the first 2 games of this series dramatically yesterday. The Red Sox trying to grab one, heading for Baltimore, and snap a 3-game losing skid. Biagini's 3-2. Another one to third base. A friendly bounce for Donaldson. 2 up and 2 down.
Let's go back to Donaldson's last at bat, and Hembree getting him on 4 pitches. He started him with a slider. That was way outside. He goes back to a fastball that's down, that's low, then back to a slider again. He gets the foul ball and the fastball that he pops up. So 4 pitch at bat, 2 sliders, 2 fastballs.
And now Jackie Bradley, who has taken a couple of walks today, one of those with the bases loaded in the 6th inning. He's also grounded out to second. And according to Elias, Jackie became the first major leaguer with a hitting streak of at least 29 games while batting 6th or lower in every game since the Yankees' Joe Gordon did so in 1942, also in 29 games. Now the Red Sox have Xander Bogaerts cooking along with a 22-game hitting streak. He extended that today with a base hit in the 6th. Bases empty and the 1-1 and a cut and a foul tip into the mid of Tolley. Rutledge on deck. Biagini gets that fastball up there around 95.
Wants to elevate this one.
And he does at 95. Swung on and missed for strike 3. The Red Sox go quietly in the 8th. 1-2-3, but are on top 3-2. Tuesday, a special part 1 of a 2-part Red Sox report. Reflect on the career of Wade Boggs. Don't miss this week's Red Sox report Tuesday night at 5 on NESN. Robbie Ross getting loose in the bullpen. We are on to the last half of the 8th inning. The Red Sox on top. Henry was terrific last inning, but has to keep that rolling. It's a short bullpen. Kimbrel unavailable. Encarnacion is 0 for 2 with a walk, and he hits a high deep drive, hooked into the corner, and this game is tied.
Well, with Encarnacion, you cannot leave anything middle of the plate in because he's going to line it out of the ballpark. Let's see where the location of this pitch is from Henry. They want to go away, but look where it ends up. Inside. And that is a very bad spot for Encarnacion.
His 10th. And just like that, we are dead even at 3 here in the 8th. And this is the inning it all fell apart on the Red Sox yesterday. Here's Smoke. He's 0 for 2 with a walk.
I'll tell you what, I've never seen, over the last week, mislocations. Every time there's a mislocation, something bad happens, whether it be a hit or a home run.
That brings this great big crowd to life. In for a strike. 48,000 here today in Toronto. They sold out yesterday. Toronto's second home run. Bautista cranked one in the 5th inning. A 2-run shot. This is a solo drive by Encarnacion. And that's strike 2. So no decision today for David Price in his return to Toronto. He went 6 and a third, giving up 2 runs on 5 hits. And there's a swing and a shot to right. Mookie coming on, has to play it on a bounce. He snags it and almost got over his head. That'll be a base hit for Smoke.
Yeah, that ball was smoked by Smoke, and I'll tell you what, Betts made a heck of a play on it to keep the ball in front of him. Line shot.
A couple of bullets to begin this 8th inning against Heath Hembree.
Boy, that ball gets by Mookie Betts, and I'm telling you, Smoke's at least at second base, maybe third, depending on which way it bounces.
Well, yesterday, Toronto rallied from a 4-run deficit in the 8th inning, eventually winning the game in the 9th, even though the Red Sox retook the lead on the Ortiz homer. Here's Travis. He's gone 1 for 3 with a 4th inning single.
If they put a play on with Travis, maybe a hit and run play.
Travis had the game-winning single in yesterday's victory for the Blue Jays. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Popped up. Pedroia racing out. Betts coming on, and Pedroia will make the play. Back to first base, Smoke. And that's the first down the inning.
Now Pedroia, a long way to go, makes the basket catch. Out there in short right field. Same thing here. You could see a hit and run play with this combination of Barney and Smoke at first base.
Barney twice has ripped line drives to left. One of those Swihart made an outstanding lunging play in the alley on. It's also grounded to short. Red Sox would love another ground ball to short right here. Fouled away for strike 1. Tied up 3-3 in the 8th inning. Thanks to Encarnacion with a no-doubter. Osuna, their closer, is now loosening. Smoke edging away from first. Not a big lead, man. The 0-1. He was late.
That's one way to eliminate a play, is get ahead, no balls and 2 strikes.
Red Sox in the 9th inning have the bottom third of the order due up. Rutledge, Vasquez, and Swihart. David Ortiz not playing today because of his sore left foot. He was a late scratch. He was in the original lineup. There's a looper into left field. He busted his back, but he winds up with a base hit. Barney with a single. Smoke down to second base. So that one found a home.
And that was a breaking ball to a slider, and it looked like it was toward the end of the bat of Barney, but he's able to make contact, drop that ball into left field for the base hit. Looks like a pinch runner coming in at second base for Smoke.
Yeah, that'll be Paredes. So he's at second base.
See the breaking ball down, and that's a pretty good piece of hitting right there from Barney.
So Toronto has tied the ball game, and now they have the go-ahead run at second base. And Pilar will be the batter. Quiet day so far. He's 0 for 3 with a pop to second, a strikeout, a fly to right field. He does have a little 4-game hitting streak. And Hembree's first one cut on and missed. Pilar in his last 15 games, 7 for 48 coming into today. That's a 146 average. That includes an 0 for 22.
Yeah, see if you can get him to chase something that's off the plate. He does not walk very much. He's a free swinger.
Runners lead at first and second. Fly to center field. Jackie Bradley has that lined up. Paredes back to second base, and he will not test that arm. Cut off by Bogarts, and they're 2 down. And here comes John Farrell. He wants Ross right now with Carrera due up. And Carrera has 3 hits in this one. So Hembree was outstanding last inning, not so much in this inning, as he allows a home run to tie it and 2 singles after that. The left-hander Robbie Ross is coming on, and we'll be back in just a moment. Her daughter's baseball or softball team to be a live studio audience member for NESN Clubhouse this season. Visit NESNClubhouse.com and enter on studio audience for your team before it's too late. Well, here comes Robbie Ross out of the bullpen through a scoreless 9th on Friday against Cleveland, and there's going to be a pinch hitter now, and that's going to be Russell Martin, who was the brightest star in their victory yesterday in their walk-off win, with hits in his last 3 at-bats. He takes a strike.
I would say this is a matchup that John Gibbons is probably very happy with. I mean, you had your choice of Hembree against Carrera, who's got 3 hits on the day. I know that. But I think they'd rather have Martin up here in a clutch situation.
He was clutch yesterday. Runners at first and second, 2 down in a tie game. He had a home run, an RBI single, and an RBI double. And the game-winning run on the last play. And Clay Buchholz is up for the first time as a reliever, moving to his new role. Paredes on at second. Barney at first with 2 away, and the 0-2 pitch just inside.
Well, Ross had a little hot to that first base dugout. He thought he might have had the inside corner, but just off the inside corner.
Ross trying to get their star from yesterday and get this game to the 9th tied. Here comes the 1-2. Ground ball to third. Rutledge with time and gets it. So Ross comes through and strands 2. And it's a 3-3 game as we go to the 9th in Toronto. 3-3 and several changes for Toronto. Jimmy Paredes stays in the game. He is now in right field. Saunders will take over in left field, and Bautista will move from right field over to first base. And Martin is the new catcher. So the wheels really turning for the Blue Jays in a 3-3 tie. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien with you. The Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays wrap up a 3-game series. Toronto winning the first 2. And Josh Rutledge about ready to lead things off here against Biagini. So far today, a walk. He's hit into a double play and struck out. See there, the Red Sox with only 4 hits all afternoon, and 3 of them came in succession in the 6th inning when they chased Dickey. And the first one in there for a strike. Now Koji Uehara has joined Clay Buchholz in the bullpen. And the 0-1 right through it.
Buchholz needs more time to get ready because he's a starting pitcher, or has been a starting pitcher, and he needs more time. And I would guess that if this game is tied, he would come in. If the Red Sox go ahead, Koji would come in.
0-2 pitch, cut on and miss. Been a long day for Rutledge. 2 strikeouts and a double play. So 1 away in the Red Sox 9th in front of Christian Vasquez.
Over the top curveball that time, doing the honors for Biagini.
Vasquez is hit into a fielder's choice, lined to first and fly to right. And hitting .228. 1 away. Up the middle. Travis with a stop, throwing across his body, and not in time. And Vasquez gave the safe sign to himself, and he's got himself a base hit.
That's a heck of a play, though, by Travis at second base. I mean, he covered a lot of ground to get to that ball, and actually got quite a bit on it on the throw to first base. How far he's got to go, where he's throwing it from, and Vasquez hustling down the line beats it out.
So that'll send up Blake Swihart, who singled his last trip. He's also struck out and grounded to the pitcher. Red Sox had the lead, however, briefly 3-2. Toronto tied it in the bottom of the 8th inning on a line drive home run by Encarnacion. And the first one will dip outside for ball 1.
I'd like to see the hit and run play put on right now. 1 ball, no strikes. Don't need speed at first base. You need contact at the plate. Try to get some action going, move some infielders. Tie ball game.
Betts on deck. The 1-0, the runner not going, and that's outside. Again, the Red Sox have not dropped 4 straight this season. They've lost 3 in a row coming into the last day here in Toronto. Biagini pitches, and it's fouled away. 2-1.
Now they're in that situation again. You give him the 2-0 count, something he can wiggle on, you know, and maybe hit a home run. Now back to a possible hit and run situation.
The right-hander with a 2-1. Vasquez holding again. Bloop toward left, charging on Saunders. He'll make the play. Racing back to first base is Vasquez. He gets in safely, and there are 2 down. The 2016 CBS Health Charity Classic will feature more than the nation's top golfers. Don't miss the Charity Classic benefit concert featuring Lady Antebellum at Dunkin' Donuts Center in Providence, June 28th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com/CharityClassicFenway. Mookie, the man who got the scoring going in the 6th inning with a triple. He would later score a run as Pedroia knocked him in with a base hit. 2 men out. And strike one at 95, right on the black. Tough pitch. We'll see if Mookie has busted out of his slump with that 6th inning triple. He looks at a ball. Three runs on only 5 hits for the Red Sox. 3 runs on 8 hits for Toronto. Both teams have been scrapping for runs on this day, unlike yesterday. Hard hit and a base hit. And his 2nd hit. Vasquez to 2nd. So now the Red Sox have runners at 1st and 2nd for Dustin Pedroia.
That triple, now the single by Mookie Betts, and that ball, top spin ground ball, it's going to find its way quickly by Donaldson at 3rd base as he goes into the dive. Looks like a pinch runner at 2nd base coming in for Vasquez.
That's Marco Hernandez representing the go-ahead run for the Red Sox. Pedroia with an RBI base hit in the 6th inning, 1 for 4 today. He's already run his hitting streak against Toronto to 23 consecutive games. Looking for a big hit here this afternoon. 2 down and 2 on. And a strike. Dustin with 9 career home runs at Rogers Center. Here's the 0-1. Fly ball right center. Pilar says he has it in the alley, and he's got it to retire the side. A threat for the Red Sox, but they'll strand 2. We go to the bottom of the 9th. We're tied up 3-3 at Rogers Center. Saunders to climb in here as we get the bottom of the 9th underway, and Ross staying on to face the lefty hitter, and that is outside, ball 1. Bautista on deck. Hannigan takes over now behind the plate.
And Buchholz continues to throw in the Red Sox bullpen. I wouldn't be surprised if they get to Bautista. He comes in.
And the 1-0. Trickle foul. Bautista has slammed a home run in this one as you look at Buchholz again. And so has Edwin Encarnacion. But Donaldson, the reigning MVP, follows Bautista. Here comes the 1-1. He left it high. Tied up 3-3. And a very, very dangerous hitter coming up next. Ross is 2-1. Had some giddy up on it at 94. Here comes the 2-2. Along first, and Shaw there for the stab. One man out. Our game summary brought to you by Xfinity. Here's how we got here. Price went 6 1/3, no decision for David. Betts 2 for 4 with a triple, seems to be out of his slump. Dickey went 5 no-hit innings and then hit a roadblock in the 6th, and he was out of the game. But Encarnacion tied it off of Hembree with a solo home run in the 8th. And here comes Bautista. A home run in the 5th. He's hit 11. It's a trickler foul for strike 1. Back to his home run cut.
Back in the 5th inning, a cut fastball for the home run right here as it hugs the line and hits that foul pole.
That put them up 2-0. Red Sox would take a 3-2 lead, but then Encarnacion struck, and that one is inside. Bautista with 39 career home runs against the Red Sox, second most among all active players.
And 5 for 6 in his career off Ross.
Donaldson on deck, one man out, and the bases are empty. Here's the 1-1. Got a piece of that one. Tomorrow at 1, don't miss Red Sox Game Day Live, presented by DCU. TC and Dennis Eckersley preview Stephen Wright's start against the Orioles. DCU is Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? Ross trying to get him. And a 1-2. This is not a question of Clay Buchholz not being warmed up. You wouldn't think. He's been warming up for a long time.
No, there's no question he's ready. He started warming up last inning. He just made a start a couple of days ago. This would be a throw day for him. So if needed, he's available.
But not brought in to face the right-hand hitter, who swings. It's a high chop up for it. Rutledge. Time to get him, and does. 2 down.
A big high bounce to third base, and Rutledge has to time that jump perfectly. Almost on the foul line, makes a throw across the diamond in plenty of time to get Bautista.
And now Donaldson, who has been pretty quiet today, 0 for 3 with a walk. They're fiery and intense third baseman. He takes one inside for ball 1. Nobody on base, 2 down, tied 3-3 in the 9th inning. Ross is 1-0. A blooper toward right. That's going to settle down for a base hit. Donaldson on with a single. Didn't crush it. He found the right spot.
No, it went the opposite way. I mean, he's looking to drive a ball out of the ballpark for a home run, and just a little bloop in the right field for the base hit. Fortunately for the Red Sox, they were able to track that down and keep him out of scoring position. He actually got jammed on that, and just a little bloop out toward the outfield. And for Boston, Mookie Betts able to cover the ground and hold that to a single.
It means Encarnacion will hit here with a man on in the bottom of the 9th after homering in the 8th. And he takes low ball 1. Also walk around to the short fly to left. He has an RBI now in 5 straight games. He is beginning to heat up. Ross trying to hold and get it to extras. That's a strike.
That's a dangerous spot too. That pitch inside to Encarnacion. He proved that last time up.
Yeah, that pitch not far from the location of the one he hit out of the ballpark, which he turned on and pulled. He pulls everything. The 1-1. Too high.
You see the catch is set up outside, and watch where the pitch goes inside. And Encarnacion with the line drive home run.
It tied the game at 3, and that's where we sit. Here's the 2-1. Up and in under the chin. That knocks him out of there. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Almost got the elbow of Encarnacion.
And the 3-1 home. He's taking, and it is down low for ball 4. So that'll put Blue Jays at first and second. Put the winning run down at second base. Here comes Willis, Red Sox pitching coach. This happening with 2 down after Saunders had grounded out and Bautista had grounded out. But now all of a sudden Ross in some trouble.
It looks like he was being very careful there with Encarnacion, obviously, and even though it puts a man in a scoring position, he walks him, and they're going to take their chances with Paredes.
He's about to bat for the first time after he came on as a pinch runner and stayed in the game to play the outfield. For 2 months into the season, make sure you always know what time the Red Sox are playing. Download the schedule into your favorite calendar program. Visit NESN.com/schedule and download today. So Toronto attempting to do what they did yesterday, a walk-off win in the 9th inning for the 2nd day in a row. And a base hit could do that. 2 down and 2 on. Big swing and a miss by Paredes, who was not thinking about looping a single to right field right there.
Not on that swing. He was a slider. He was thinking fastball. He got the slider from Ross and just over swings right on top of that breaking ball.
Ross with the 0-1 pitch. Nothing in 2.
Another slider. And he hasn't been close to either one of them.
So will he get it again?
Yeah, it's possible they could try to bounce one here in the dirt, see if he chases it, or ride a high fastball.
Donaldson at second, Encarnacion at first, and the 0-2 pitch fouled away.
Yeah, they ride the high fastball. Now I wouldn't be at all surprised to go back to the breaking ball.
Crowd of about 48,000 here today at Rogers Center. See Paredes 2 for 5 off him. They have the winning run at second. Sox trying to get it to 10. Here's the 0-2. Cut on and missed, and down he goes, and a tag by Hannigan to strike him out. They strand 2. We're tied 3-3 going to the 10th. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Go to the 10th inning. Jerry Remy and Dave O'Brien with you from Toronto, where we are tied up 3-3 at Rogers Center. A lot of folks hanging in there on this Sunday afternoon. 3 runs on 9 hits for the Blue Jays that left 10. 3 runs on 6 hits and 8 left for the Red Sox. The closer coming on, Roberto Osuna, in his 23rd appearance, and he's not allowed to run in his last 13 2/3 innings. One of the better young arms in baseball, and he's going to get Bogart, Shaw, and Ramirez for the Red Sox here in the 10th. So that's 3, 4, and 5. Xander has now hit safely in 22 straight games. He had a base hit in the 6th inning. 1 for 4 here this afternoon. Toronto had a chance, but they stranded runners at first and second when Ross struck out his last man. On one bounce, it gets to Donaldson, and that's out number 1 in the 10th. From improving your diet to the latest cancer treatments, learn all about stomach disease this month from experts at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. Visit bidmc.org/yourhealth. Travis Shaw is 0 for 3. Has reached base. He walked in the 6th inning. He takes a ball. Shaw really made a fine play in the 9th inning behind third base, but in yesterday's game in that 9th inning, Hanley Ramirez could not handle the throw. That's how the Red Sox wound up losing that game. Travis not real happy with that called strike. They're trying to bounce back today and make that a distant memory in tight 2-1.
Been a couple of really hard-fought ball games here the last 2 games. Yesterday back and forth. Today very close scoring game. Same combination in the Red Sox bullpen.
2-1 and a line shot base hit into left field. Shaw with his first hit today comes with 1 down here in the 10th inning.
Good solid hard contact off the fastball from Osuna to the opposite field. Get up for that fastball, cannot pull it, but get the second best thing, the base hit to the opposite field. Get a base runner on for Ramirez.
Hanley today 0 for 3. He's grounded out a couple of times and lined out sharply to third. He's also been hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. That happened in the 6th inning, the only inning where the Red Sox have scored today, when they chased R.A. Dickey, who had no hit Boston through 5 innings. Off comes the helmet again, and a mighty cut, but a swing and a miss. Hanley looking to put the Red Sox in the lead here. You know you're going to get serious heat from Osuna. 1 out, Shaw aboard at first base, and the 0-1 pitch. That's a strike at 97, right down the heart.
Yeah, it's a pitch that Hanley wish he had back again, because that was a very good pitch to hit. He did have some velocity, but in a good spot. Ball was supposed to be away. It leaked inside, but taken by Hanley.
Jackie Bradley on deck. Does not have a hit today. The 0-2. Overthrown at 95, way up and out of the strike zone. R.A. Dickey went 5 1/3. David Price went 6 1/3. Neither will have a decision here in the 3rd game of this one. Toronto's taking the first 2 of the series. Osuna's 1-2 pitch. is down. He goes strike 3 at 96 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's got that kind of velocity at 96 with great control with it. Again, they want to go outside. That's exactly where he gets it. And just a very defensive swing trying to make contact for Hanley that time. Can't do it.
That sends up Jackie Bradley, who has grounded out, walked twice, once with the bases loaded to force in a run, and struck out, getting 333. Shaw leading at first base with 2 away, and fouled off for strike 1. Red Sox going to Baltimore for 4 on Monday, and then come home against this Toronto team for a 3-game series, then right back on the road again to San Francisco and Minnesota, and then back home for a long June homestand with Baltimore, Seattle, and the White Sox, facing some very tough opponents. In fact, of those 22, 16 are against clubs currently in first or second place. The 0-1. A ball and a strike on a Red Sox center fielder who has hit 8 home runs. We are tied 3-3, 10th inning. Pitch down into the dirt. Now it's 1-2.
That's almost not fair when you throw as hot as Osuna does with that location. Then you drop a curveball like that, a hard curveball. I mean, that's that's almost no chance for a hitter.
The 1-2 to Jackie. Tried it again down to the dirt, and there goes Shaw down to second base. So Martin unable to come up with it, and the Red Sox have a man in scoring position.
Boy, is that big right there by Travis Shaw. Let's watch him at first base. As soon as he reads that ball in the dirt, off he goes. And again, good base running by the Red Sox. It's a breaking ball. He reads it's going to bounce in front of Martin. He takes off and he gets in a scoring position. Could be a big play.
It's a wild pitch. 2-2. Osuna will whirl but not throw to second base. Nobody covering. 3 runs, 9 hits for Toronto. 3 runs, 7 hits for the Red Sox. He lets it go again into the dirt to make it 3-2. So now what will Jackie get on a full count with 2 away?
Did get another breaking ball. Rutledge is on deck.
Right through him. Underneath him on ball 4 and down to third base goes Travis Shaw.
He does get the breaking ball. This time it gets underneath through the 5-hole, and on to third base goes Shaw. Bradley down at first base on the base on balls.
And another wild pitch.
But you kind of figured he would get a breaking ball there, not a fastball, because you got first base open and you got the right-hander Rutledge on deck, and I kind of felt like he was going to go to that off-speed pitch one more time.
If he bounces another one, the Red Sox can have the lead. With Shaw now 90 feet away. Rutledge has had a difficult day as he takes a strike. Started out all right with a walk in the second inning, but since then he's bounced into a double play and struck out the last couple of times up. Red Sox with a go-ahead run at third base. Jackie Bradley at first base with 2 down, and the 0-1. Now 0-2.
That's 2 nasty fastballs by Osuna. 1 away from Rutledge, 1 down and in.
Here comes the 0-2 from Osuna. There goes Jackie, and it is outside. Bradley will be safely into second base. So he'll pick up the theft.
Yeah, they were going to allow him to take second base. They had no coverage from the infield. They didn't want him leaving position in case of contact.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fly ball into center. Here's Pilar and makes the grab to retire the side. The Red Sox with a threat, but they strand 2 men in scoring position. Go to the bottom of the 10th, tied 3-3. Bullpen for the first time in 8 years. You have to go back to 2008, Jerry, when he made a couple of appearances, went 1-0 with a 225 as a bullpen guy.
I agree, and you know this whole thing of this move to the bullpen has to be strange for him, just sitting out there during the game, warming up prior to coming into the game, and coming in when the game is on the line. There is no wiggle room.
He's made 179 career appearances. 177 are starts. But he has been moved to the pen. And will take on Devin Travis here in the bottom half of the 10th inning. And then Barney and Pilar tied up 3-3, and the first one in there for strike 1. Clay Buchholz certainly is not happy about this move, but he does have a 6.35 ERA, so he really didn't have much say in it. We'll see how this works out. That's a swing and a miss. Got him to commit there, and he jumps in front 0-2.
It's like the cut fastball from Buchholz that time. We'll take a look at the side. Does he go? Very close. Red Sox will take it.
Travis is 1 for 4 with a single. And he will ask for time and get it from Nick Lentz.
Hannigan not on the same page with Buchholz. He has no idea what he wants to throw. He threw down about 3 or 4 signs, and they were all shaken off by Buchholz.
Two strikes here on Travis. And the 0-2. Inside, he checked his swing. And did not offer. And now Travis wants to know, do I take my base? And he's heading up the first base line. And once again, they're going to rule a hit batsman. John Farrell's hopping mad.
Well, he should be, because Travis didn't even act like he was hit.
I'm amazed they gave him the base.
The first base umpire, I was watching him, he made like a safe call, whatever that is supposed to be.
So Let's see if they take a look at this, and indeed they will, to determine what exactly happened there. I mean, on that angle, it looked like it was off the bat, didn't it?
Yeah, and that's what Travis thought, too, because he's not going to first base.
It did not look like it got him on the wrist.
Looked like it got him just above the wrist and on the bat. And Travis was the biggest giveaway on that, as he was kind of walking back toward the dugout, happy, you know, that he didn't get hit and that it was fouled off. Now watch Travis's reaction. He's not acting like he was hit. If he was, he'd be going down to first base. And now he looks and he can't believe they're waving him down to first base.
I'm with him.
What am I doing? What do I do? Go to first base, they're telling me. You got hit. Okay, I get hit. I'm going to first base. That's weird.
That looked like it got bat. It did from the get-go. So they take a look in New York. This didn't take very long. And they're going to send him back on a foul ball. On a check swing foul, and they got that call right.
Yeah, it's I mean, the hitter kind of told you what the right call was.
They did. So it's overturned. No hit batsman. There's a foul ball. So the count 0-2. Seems every time we turn around, Red Sox opponents are being sent to first base on plays like that. And the 0-2. Poke foul on a play to the right. Barney on deck. We're tied up 3-3 in the 10th inning. Travis, the leadoff man. Clay Buchholz out of the bullpen for the first time this season. And he ran it down and in. They have Gavin Floyd in their bullpen. The man that David Ortiz homered off of yesterday. Here's the 1-2. Popped up. Travis Shaw. He'll take it by himself across the line. One away in the 10th inning for Toronto. And here comes Barney, who singled his last time up. He's got 1 for 4. Red Sox trying to get to Baltimore for a 4-game series beginning on the holiday. Afternoon game tomorrow at 1:35. Breaking ball in there for strike one. A good curveball hits the corner. The 0-1 pitch from Clay, and that'll be a little bit high at 93. Red Sox hope to have a lead in the division when they go to Baltimore, heading to Camden Yards. The Orioles have not been playing all that well. They've lost 6 out of their last 10. And the Red Sox have lost 3 in a row. Nobody on base, 1 down, and the 1-1 from Clay. Swatted at and missed.
A cut fastball that time by Buchholz as he starts on the outside corner. It cuts and it ends up way off the outside corner.
Kevin Pillar on deck. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and couldn't put him away there. 2-2. Tomorrow afternoon in Baltimore, Stephen Wright on the bump against right-hander Tyler Wilson for the Orioles. Stephen will go in 4-4 at 2.52 ERA. 2-2. And a base hit into left field. So Barney's aboard for the second time. He is 2 for 5. And Toronto has a base runner in the 10th inning.
He tries the curveball one time and not a real good one. It stays up a little bit high and Barney takes it, pulls it for the base hit between third and short. First curveball that Buchholz has featured since being in the game, and they take it for a base hit.
Pilar is 0 for 4. He's really been slumping, including a strikeout back in the 4th inning at the hand of David Price, his former teammate. 1 out, 1 on, and a strike. Pretty good numbers, though, against Clay Buchholz. 6 for 14, 429. The catcher Martin on deck. We're tied up 3-3 in the 10th inning. These have been hard-fought games here at Rogers Center. First 2 have gone Toronto's way. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Popped up, but back out of play, and no chance for Hannigan. We're going to get a look at Eduardo Rodriguez in the Red Sox rotation on Tuesday night at 7:05. Many in the Red Sox organization very excited about seeing Erod back and healthy, coming off that knee injury she suffered in spring training. Very dynamic lefty. The 0-2 to Pilar is popped up. Shaw says he has it off the foul line, halfway home, puts it away, and there are 2 gone. Russell Martin will stride on up to swing next. Sox have due up in the 11th, 8, 9, and 1. Martin only hitting 193, but yesterday he was the man with 3 RBIs and 3 hits, and included a home run. He had gone homerless in his first 124 plate appearances to start the season, but he's homered twice in the last 4 games. He has hit Buchholz pretty effectively. Barney aboard at first with 2 down in the 10th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That pitch right there has been pretty good for Buchholz. That cut fastball, keeping it away from the right-handers. Again, you'll see that late movement on it, taking it out of the strike zone.
Getting a sign from Hannigan. Vasquez started the game, but he was removed after getting a hit for a pinch runner. The 1-1. He left it low. So Vasquez has to watch the rest of the way, and Hannigan will catch tomorrow against Wright, or for Wright against the Orioles. The 2-1 pitch. Foul tipped into the mid.
There's the cutter again, and that time again keeping it to the outside part of the plate, staying away from the middle of the plate with the cut fastball.
So Buchholz trying to put away Martin with a strikeout here and keep that man glued to first base. Here comes the 2-2. Cut on and missed, and down he goes. Clay Buchholz, a successful run out of the bullpen for the first time. Center brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. It's been a great weekend to be outdoors here in Toronto. Top half of the 11th inning. Not so great for the Red Sox. We're 0-2 here, but tied up 3-3. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien with you. And a new pitcher. That'll be Gavin Floyd, former starter, who surrendered the go-ahead home run to David Ortiz in the 9th inning yesterday. And it'll be Hannigan, Swihart, and Betts due up here in the 11th as we continue on with extra innings. Red Sox needing to take one here to snap that losing skid, and 3. Moving on to Baltimore. Hannigan's first at bat in today's game, and he takes ball 1. He knows he will be receiving that knuckleball, that dancing butterfly of Stephen Wright, all day tomorrow. Although we're being told that weather could factor in. There's a lot of rain moving into Baltimore.
Yeah, they say maybe till like 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow night. We'll have to wait and see. Long range forecast, and that's a long range forecast, right? A day from now. Long enough for me.
Your prediction is as good as anybody's.
Exactly.
At this point.
Let's plan on playing at 1:30.
I'll meet you there. 1 ball and 1 strike on Hannigan. And he lays off ball 2. Get the feeling that the rest of the season is going to be just like this when it's Toronto as the opponent.
And they've played some tough games, haven't they? These last 2 in particular have been very tough games.
Yeah, yesterday was devastating for the Red Sox.
I mean, emotional games for both teams.
But you can put that memory to bed very quickly today with a victory in extra innings. The 3-1 finds the mark for a called strike at 94. Swihart on deck. He has a hit today. Sox only have 7 hits, however. Toronto with 10. 3-2. Got a piece.
Hannigan helping out that time, chasing a pitch that might have been ball 4. But of course, with 2 strikes, you expand your strike zone, and that time Hannigan did and fouled it off.
Here's the payout pitch. A trickler rolling along the line. Martin spins, fires, and gets him. He wasn't going to wait for that to roll foul. With Hannigan running, he gets him.
Now it's a race between Martin and the baseball down that third base line, and Martin's going to win the race. It looked like the ball was going to go foul, but he gets it in fair territory before it does. Spins and throws out Hannigan at first base. Very nice play by Russell Martin.
Certainly one of the better catchers in all of baseball. Brings up Blake Swihart, who is 1 for 4 with a single. As it bounces up there, he's also grounded to the pitcher, struck out and flying to left. He made a really fine play early on in the alley out there in left center. That was Beck in the 2nd inning. Here comes the 1-0 pitch now from the big right-hander Gavin Floyd. 2-0. Back to that play, defensive play.
Yeah, going to his left, and he takes a great angle on the ball as he goes back first and then across, and is able to make that play going away. Very nice play. David Price loved it.
The 2-0. He takes ball 3. Mookie Betts, who has 2 hits today, on deck. And a 3-0. And he bounced another one up there. He walks him on 4. So the Red Sox have a man on with 1 out in the 11th. And Pete Walker is going to come out. And Floyd skipped a couple of those in front of home plate. They looked ugly. So it'll be Mookie Betts to swing away. He has walked, flied out, triple, grounded out, and singled. He is 2 for 4 this afternoon.
Now there's Betts talking to Butterfield, and a lot of this conversation is, you know, it's just, is it possible that you may put something on? There's 1 out in the inning. We've seen him put a hit and run on with Betts. Is it possible they could do it again with this combination of Betts and Swihart? So I think that's one thing Mookie was checking on there. There's no other play that you would be discussing at this point except getting a base hit.
That might have been the play. Go get a base hit.
Exactly.
Mookie, when he took a walk in the first inning, drew a walk for just the 13th time this season. 1 man out. He takes ball 1. Swihart, the runner at first base.
If they were going to put something on, they could put it on this count. 1 ball, no strikes, as you would expect to get a strike in this situation.
One-0 pitch, and he's not running. That's across for strike. Swihart staying right there at first base. I'm with you. There've been a couple of times today. Kind of figured the Red Sox had the opportunity to run, right count, right situation.
That kind of game, you know, very low scoring game. Try to make something happen.
Got to force the issue a bit. Nothing doing there. 1-1 he's holding. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Now again, you're in that count where you could put something on. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Drew Storen getting ready in their bullpen, the right-hander. We're in the 11th inning and we're tied up 3-3. Toronto has hit a couple of home runs today. The Red Sox have not hit any. Not yet. Mookie has 9 for the year, and here comes the 2-1 pitch. And it's up and in. So it's 3 balls and a strike. Floyd's kind of all over the place. Just walks Swihart on 4 straight. Now a good count for Mookie Betts with 1 away. (3-1) and a bounded foul. Before his triple in the 6th inning, Mookie was in a 1 for 21 skid. Since the triple, he has laced a base hit. So the signs are he's out of the skid. Looking for his 3rd hit right now. The 3-2 runner goes, and it's fouled at home plate as he hangs in there. Well, Swihart was on the move there.
Banking on contact from Betts on that 3-2 count. And he did make contact to foul it off. The thing you don't want to have is a strike him out, throw him out.
David Ortiz out of the lineup today with a sore foot. He was a late scratch. 3-2, there he goes again. It's bounced up there again. It goes all the way to the backstop. Swihart heading on to 3rd base, and he's going to reach without a throw on a wild pitch on ball 4. And they're on the corners with 1 down.
What a break for the Red Sox that is. I mean, you get the man off at first base, so he's going to be at second at least, and now the ball gets by the catcher. And not exactly played very well by Martin, in my opinion. He looks like he tried to backhand the ball, and that allows Swihart to go all the way to 3rd base. Rounding second, he picks up the fact that the ball has gotten by Martin, and he makes it to 3rd base.
So that does it for Floyd. They're going to go to the pen again. Drew Storen coming in. And he inherits 1st and 3rd with 1 down in a tie game in the 11th. And we'll have more in just a moment. take the lead here in the 11th inning. They have a runner at third base and Blake Swihart. This Toronto bullpen has gone wild the last 2 innings. They've uncorked 3 wild pitches and they've walked 3 men. Drew Storen with a high ERA comes on with runners at first and third, and Dustin Pedroia the batter.
Now see the positioning for the infield there for the they have 2 options. Well, actually they're coming all the way in, it looks like. Let's see where they end up playing, but there'd be 2 options. If the ball's hit hard, they could go for a double play. If it's not hit hard, they could come home on a ball they couldn't turn a double play on. So a decision they have to make if there's a ball in their direction.
And the first one of Pedroia, there goes Betts, and it swung on and rolled foul. And Mookie Betts had that stolen.
He certainly did.
And Pedroia making a little bit of contact. He's gone 1 for 5.
Betts taken off on the first pitch. He's got a big jump at first base, and you can see the second baseman going to cover, but I don't think they would have had any chance of getting Betts at all.
Swihart at third, Betts at first. Very good speed on the bases here for the Red Sox. And Dustin Pedroia trying to put the Red Sox back in front. The last time the Red Sox had the lead was the 8th inning when they were on top 3-2, but Encarnacion homered off of Hembree to tie it up, and that's why we are in extras. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. And it's inside. That just missed. 1 ball, 1 strike on Petey.
Yeah, Pedroia was fooled on that pitch. He almost stumbled at home plate. Comes the pitch of Pedroia. Now watch as he kind of buckles on it, thinking it was going to probably be a better breaking ball than what it was.
Yeah, I think you're right. The 1-1. There goes Betts. Swung on. Oh, it got the umpire on the foul. It's the second day in a row where the home plate umpire has been drilled.
This one looked like it got him underneath the mask a little bit, or toward the bottom of the mask.
Mike DeMuro got knocked out of the game yesterday and staggered. Almost went completely down, if not for some help from Vasquez. That was nasty. Wound up not only leaving the ball game, but leaving this crew for more medical attention. Now the 1-2 from Storen. There goes Betts again, swung on and line foul. Xander Bogaerts on deck, 1 out and 2 on, tied 3-3 in the 11th inning.
The only risk you have of sending Betts in this situation is a line drive to an infielder that turns into a double play. That's the only risk you have, because they're not going to get him at second base.
A big hole on the right side as Bautista holds Betts. And the 1-2 to Pedroia. There goes Betts again, and it's fouled off again. Betts is getting his running in today. He looks a little gassed. Red Sox with a go-ahead run 90 feet away in Toronto. Pedroia just flat picks on the Blue Jays. He's hit safely in 23 in a row against them. He's reached base in 30 straight against them. And now trying to give the Red Sox the lead. Storen's 1-2. Fly ball into right center field. That's well hit. Pilar trailing it. It's over his head. That's going to take a bounce and go up and over the fence. But Swihart is in to score, and Betts is down to third. It's going to be a double for Pedroia, and the Red Sox have the lead in the 11th.
And a bad break, really, because if that ball stays in, they get 2 runs out of that. Betts is going to score from first base, but Pedroia getting the job done. A high fastball, and finds that gap in right center field, up over the head of Pilar, up over the head of Paredes, and unfortunately bouncing into the stands. Over the fence, I should say, and that's going to keep runners at second and third.
And Koji is up in the bullpen. Again, Kimbrel unavailable after 39 pitches, a career high yesterday. The fourth time in extra innings that Pedroia has driven in a run to put the Red Sox in the lead. And now the infield is in again. And here's Bogaerts. He has one hit today. He slices that one foul. He had a single back in the sixth inning to run his hitting streak to 22 straight. Red Sox in front 4-3 in extras. And a golden chance to tag on some more. With Betts at third and Pedroia at second and one out. And the 0-1 pitch from Storen. Fouled back 0-2. Travis Shaw on deck. A tired Mookie Betts at third after all that running, and then went down to third base all the way from first base on the automatic double by Dustin Pedroia. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. They set up away, and he won't chase it.
Tried that big breaking ball. That's never really a strike. See if Bogaerts will chase it. Not that time. This ball starts out actually pretty much out of the strike zone and never sees anywhere near the plate.
Xander Bogaerts with a major league leading 72 hits. And the 1-2 coming. 2-2. Storen, the sixth relief pitcher to be used today by Toronto. R.A. Dickey got the start. He lasted 5 1/3. He no-hit the Red Sox through 5 innings, then hit the wall, which you so often see with the knuckleballer. Red Sox up a run in extra innings. 2-2. Up the middle and bobbled by Barney. Throw to first base and in time to get the out, but in to score is Mookie Betts. And now the Red Sox have some wiggle room. It's 5-3.
Well, that was key to have Betts going on contact, because that forced Barney right there to rush. And then he bobbles the ball. Once the bobble happens, no problem for Betts to score. See Betts at third base. As soon as he reads the ball's going to be on the ground, he takes off. That's what we call going on contact. And that's a play that has to be read by the runner at third base. Make sure that ball's on the downward plane, going on the ground, and you take off and go. And I think he forced a mistake right there by Barney.
Sends up Travis Shaw, who singled his last time up. Has a runner at third as Pedroia advanced on the play. Tried to hold up, but that's a swing and a miss, says Gorman. More good base running by the Red Sox in this inning.
Yeah, they have been exceptional at it. You know, they had the situation where Swihart ended up at third base.
Two down, but two huge runs in for the Red Sox, who lead at 5-3. And there's a check swing and a pitch into the dirt. Nice stop by Martin to hold another man at third base.
You know, in my opinion, on that Swihart play, ended up on third. I thought that was a mistake by Martin, the catcher, trying to backhand that ball, and that allowed the man to go to third base. If he blocks it, he's still at second base.
The 1-1 to Travis Shaw. There's a shot out to right center. Pilar coming on. He slides ahead and he makes the play to retire the side. But the Red Sox are in front 5-3 and trying to put this one to bed with Koji extra innings, a double, and the Red Sox have a 5-3 lead as we go to the bottom of the 11th inning, and 3 outs away from picking off Toronto here in the finale of the series. And Koji will try and do the honors here. He took the loss on Friday night, though. He gave up that tie-breaking 2-run home run to Donaldson in the 8th inning.
And you see the numbers for Koji, 21st appearance of the season, and trying to bounce back from the tough outing last time here in Toronto. Options out of the bullpen today for the Red Sox: Ross, Hembree, Buchholz, and Uehara.
Clay Buchholz contributing out of the pen with a scoreless inning. But now it's up to Koji, looking for some of that old magic. He's taking on Saunders to begin the last half of the 11th inning. And he takes a strike. He does have a 2-run lead. But Bautista is up next, and then Donaldson. Craig Kimbrel unavailable after 39 pitches and taking the loss yesterday. That's a career high for him. So it falls on the right-hander from Japan, and here's the 1-1. Fly into right field. Plenty of room there for Mookie Betts, and that's out number 1. And Joey Bats is next. He's already belted a 2-run homer in this game back in the 5th inning. It is his only hit. He's 1 for 5. Three for 13 against Koji, but 2 solo homers, and takes a strike. Bautista's home run in the 5th came against David Price, who went 6 1/3. No decision for Price today, so will not add to his record of 17-2 lifetime against Toronto. He was not booed. Some thought he might be.
No, got a nice ovation when he left the game.
The 1-1. Massive cut, but a foul back. 1-2. So Price will be 7-1 going into his next start, which will be against Toronto back at Fenway.
That last pitch from Koji looked like a slider. 83 miles an hour.
The 1-2. Cut on and missed, and down he goes, strike 3.
Back to the split-fingered fastball to pick up the strikeout against Bautista. Excellent movement on that. It starts out away from Bautista. It stays away, and it dips.
So it sends up Donaldson, who did the damage on Friday night with the home run, but only has the 1 hit against Koji. Although that one was very damaging, and it's down and away, ball 1. On the day, he's 1 for 4. He had a base hit in the 9th inning. Red Sox 1 out away from winning this in 11, and the 1-0. Too high. Encarnacion would be next. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That's a strike.
Now Friday night, the big home run by Donaldson, going to the opposite field on a high fastball.
The crack of the bat. We did not think that was gone. Here's the 2-1. Fouled away. Now 2-2. They're down to their last strike. Red Sox bullpen piecing this one together today. And looking for the victory. Here's the 2-2 to Donaldson. Cut on and missed, and it's over. The Red Sox win it. 5-3 in 11 innings today. They knock off Toronto, and they end that 3-game losing skid. Well, this was a hard-fought series for the Red Sox in the win column, and they win for the 30th time on the year. And we'll be assured they will be in first place heading to Baltimore. Adam?